Good morning, Omaha, and welcome to the Exodus Summit. I'm Aubrey. I'm the co-founder of Halcyon Comms. My business partner, Elena, and I will be your MCs today. A quick orientation, you're about to hear from Exodus on the state of business, see the products Exodus is shipping, and be a part of the conversations with the Exodus team and industry leaders.
So the full run of show is in your program. We have an action-packed day for you. Now, before we begin, a brief note, so legal doesn't kill me. Forward-looking statements. This presentation contains forward-looking statements which are subject to risks and uncertainties that could cause actual results to differ materially from those described today. All forward-looking statements speak only as of today, and we undertake no obligation to update them. With that, let's get started. Please give a warm welcome to the CEO and co-founder of Exodus, J.P. Richardson.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the first Exodus Summit. I need to get my clicker. There we go. We've got an action-packed show for you here today, and we're going to start with some stories. It's great to see all your faces here. So, as an engineer, many of you know that I just love to build. And in 2011, I wanted to build a website to sell goods and services all over the world. And at that moment in time, in 2011, accepting credit cards online was really painful. In fact, it would take 2 weeks or so to start to be able to accept credit cards. And around that time is when I discovered Bitcoin. Now, at this moment, Bitcoin was really complicated to use. And because I care so much about freedom and control, and Bitcoin is the perfect manifestation of that, I decided to dedicate my life's work to making Bitcoin easy to use. Fortunately, around this time, I teamed up with my co-founder, Daniel, who has experiences designing for BMW, Disney, Apple, to say the least. And we started out on a mission to make self-custody easy. Now, 11 years later, 7.2 million customers, the mission still hasn't changed. Your money should be under your control. Now, a lot of you know this story. We almost didn't get there. May of 2024, we flew out 130 friends, family, and employees to celebrate the big moment of going public, to celebrate ringing the bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Now, that day was supposed to be May 9th, 2024. The night before, May 8th, we got a call from the New York Stock Exchange. And they said that the SEC had called. We can't list the next day. We can't go public. We can't ring the bell. And we did everything by the book. We followed every rule. And at the 11th hour, the rules were changed. I'll never forget walking into that hotel ballroom that night and telling many people, many of you, that the next day the listing wasn't going to happen, that we weren't ringing the bell. Some of you I remember having conversations with that evening. I looked around, I saw the heartbreak in everybody's eyes. And that's a memory I'm going to carry with me the rest of my life. But it didn't stop us. We got back to work. And in late December of 2024, after the election, we got the approval. So in January, we flew back to New York, same company, same stock, same team, maybe a different administration. and we were able to list and ring the bell among some of the people who fought alongside us, who are in this room with us today. And so that's why I'm standing here right now. But we're not done yet. I have an uncomfortable truth I want to share with you. I'm going to tell you something I call the pub test. Years ago, I was at a pub with a friend, and he's like, JP, I want to get into this crypto thing. So I said, great. And this is before Exodus had a mobile wallet. I said, let's find you a wallet. So we downloaded 4 wallets. Each one made him write down the 12-word secret phrase and then had to go quiz him on it. So he's writing his phrase down on a cocktail napkin. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You can't be doing that. It's so insecure. A decade later, many wallets still fail this pub test. And we wonder why the next billion people haven't showed up. But here's the uncomfortable truth, is that nobody cares. Solana, Ethereum, Arbitrum, Base. Nobody cares. Your customers don't care. Your friend doesn't care. Your mama doesn't care. The underlying infrastructure has to disappear. If your mom needs to know what chain she's on, we have failed. Now, you're at an Exodus conference, so you can't expect anything different. Exodus has been the answer from day one. And we take the complexity out and keep all the benefits in. So let's do something right now. I want you to pull out your phone. Pull out your phone. You already got your phone out. Pull out your phone. Take out your phone. Look at your home screen. How many apps do you have to manage your money? You've got a banking app. You've got Venmo. You've got Cash App. You've got maybe Robinhood. You've got some app to trade stocks. Your financial life is spread across all of these companies, and none of them are on your side. You shouldn't need this many apps to manage your financial life. We're fixing it, and self-custody is at the foundation of this. One app for how people actually use their money. But let's start with something that lets us build this. So, as of yesterday, I'm very pleased to share that we have closed on the Monavate and Banks UK acquisition, and this is a turning point. We go from renting the rails to owning them. And some of the Monavate team is with us here today. Until this point, any payment with Exodus had to run through a toll keeper. Card issuers, processors, settlement layers, these acquisitions change that. Monavate has processed over $6.5 billion and over 6 million cards issued. Companies like OKX and Kraken rely on Monavate. Banks Tech allows cards spent directly from a self-custodial wallet. Originally, the cards behind MetaMask, Ledger, and Exodus Pay. And so yesterday, both of these companies have officially joined Exodus. Yes, thank you. Now, you may wonder how this all fits with the existing business. The past decade, revenue was largely based on trading for Exodus. When crypto would go up, our revenue goes up. Crypto goes down, we go down too. Many of you here have lived those cycles with us. You've believed through both sides of it. Now, trading isn't going anywhere, and we're going to build more ways for people to use Exodus. But when you own Exodus stock, here's what you own. You own a self-custodial foundation, and everything at Exodus is built on self-custody because it gives customers the most control. Near zero fees, instant settlement, global access, and things that every consumer wants. Then you have the Exo Suite, which is our enterprise product that gives every company the ability to bring our technology to their customers. And you have Exodus Pay, the consumer layer. You can use digital dollars in your wallet to buy groceries, buy coffee, send money, spend anywhere. Visa and MasterCard are accepted, all from one app. And we handle the complexity. You keep the control. All from one app. Now let's talk about the future of Exodus. AI agents are starting to transact on your behalf. They're going to be booking travel, placing trades, renewing subscriptions. Agents are going to be making billions of micropayments 24/7 at machine speed. And a self-custodial wallet is the most natural place for an agent to hold and move funds. Building money for agents isn't a 2030 problem, it's a 2026 problem. We'll share more this afternoon. For 11 years, this industry has failed the regular consumer. We've made a decade of decisions choosing the customer over the protocol or the code. That's the difference, that's Exodus, and that's how we keep winning. Guys, we have an action-packed day planned for you. Up next, James is going to talk to you about the financials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, JP. Next on stage, the person who translates everything you heard into numbers. Please welcome Exodus's Chief Financial Officer, James Gernetzke.
Hey everybody, welcome to Omaha. So there are 4 topics I want to hit with everybody today. First, the 2025 results and what they tell us about the business. 2, why Exodus Pay and Monavate, that acquisition that JP just announced, talk about their business model. 3, how Exodus Pay substantially expands our addressable market. And 4, how we're allocating our capital to get there. So just a quick reminder that we will absolutely be looking forward today. But first, a little bit into the past. So 2025, strongest year in Exodus history. We delivered $121.6 million in revenue, up 5% year over year, $11 million in adjusted EBITDA, 9.8, call it 10% margin. And our monthly active users, very steady base, 1.5, 1.6 million, depending on the period. So very steady. And that 5% growth in a softening crypto market, that really tells you that the business is heading in, is holding up. Those are, important numbers to take away today are ExoSwap B2B volume that grew, over roughly 158%. And the revenue, obviously, that grew 136%. So it's our best year on record, and it tells us 2 things. 1, the model works. But 2, that model, it does have a ceiling. And I'll get into why more here in a second, but really want to look at how we deploy our capital and how we run our business. So on that note, let's talk about our cost categories, right? So, first we think about variable expenses, and those came in at about $16.7 million. And again, variable expenses, we look at those as expenses that scale directly with our revenue. Our fixed expenses were $62.2 million, and headcount, on average of 225. And when we look at our fixed costs, at our fixed cost base, a lot of you have heard me talk about this in the past. We are used to managing that from that crypto perspective. So the swings in volatility are very normal for us over the 10 years, and we manage our fixed cost base accordingly. That allows for some, that operating leverage, allows for great operating leverage that when, Bitcoin goes up, we, see our profits, respond accordingly. And in bear markets, we are very comfortable managing the business, in bear markets as well with that fixed cost base. Which kind of brings me to the discretionary expenses. So, we spent, totaled $34.1 million on discretionary. And what's worth flagging is the $8.3 million of M&A legal costs, tied to the Monavate transaction. I see one of the Monavate guys who's responsible for that. But just know that obviously, is that particular deal is not going to happen again. So that's going to be one time. And then if you, think about, again, just reiterate, the discipline that we have in that we've built in the crypto environment, as we move into more revenue streams and operating in a non-crypto environment, that discipline we believe will be very helpful going forward. What we're trying to show here is just how correlated, our revenue has been in the past to Bitcoin and crypto markets, especially. You can go through this and you can see the mid 2023 range bound Bitcoin and crypto markets, the late 23 ETF approvals that started to drive the market higher. Then summer 2024, there's the drawdown and the revenue pulls back accordingly. Obviously the best month probably in crypto history. That time period from the election into December. The election, the change in the regulatory environment that was coming, the Bitcoin hitting 100,000. Obviously that had great impact on the market and on our business at the time. But if you think about the peaks and the troughs on this chart, and how they map to the price of Bitcoin and the crypto, market in general, that's the ceiling. We are as good as, right now, we're as good as the crypto market. Now, don't get me wrong, crypto market is an amazing place to be, but there's more out there for us. And so that's why if you think about, why do we make these moves when, in the midst of one of the best periods ever, now because of that ceiling. So, JP touched on it, Exodus Pay and Monavate, we are, that again is designed to generate revenue that isn't purely tied to the crypto market, and it will greatly increase, areas for us that I'll get into in a little bit, opportunities for us to get non-crypto revenue. XORAP and Monavate, they changed the composition. Instead of just swap fees driving, 90% of our revenue, and only for, users on the platform that are actively trading, we'll earn, interchange, processing fees, interest on float, businesses that generate income, regardless of the crypto market. We also have a stablecoin now. Exodus users, they already manage a wide variety of stablecoins on our platform. So, we have all of the major stablecoins. We have 40 plus blockchains. So we support all the major, most of the minor actually, stablecoins as well. So that, that's got us into a really interesting position. But now we have our own stablecoin that we built in partnership with MoonPay. And with that, that capability, our users, they now can access spending with stablecoins in the physical world. And that's the gap that Exodus Pay closes. So, two numbers to think about with the stablecoin world and just how big and how fast the stablecoin market has come. The global stablecoin volume last year was $33 trillion. And stablecoin linked credit card spend was $4.5 billion, which is up 673% in a year. And that first number, obviously, that just shows you that, how the massive nature of the rails. And then the second tells you that, that's a great start for the demand, but there's still going to be more room to run on the credit card side of the world. So here is stablecoin transaction volume surpassing Visa. That just shows, again, the magnitude that we're dealing with. So with Exodus Pay and Monavate, we earn, again, interchange, processing, float, on every stablecoin linked card, that we issue. And that revenue compounds independent of crypto prices. So if I have a stablecoin and I go to the grocery store and I use Exodus Pay, we still get processing, we still get, all of those different things. And it doesn't matter if Bitcoin's at, 5,000 or 500,000. So the question really is, how do we capture that demand? And again, that's why we acquired Monavate. And so what is Monavate? Obviously, JP touched on it. Monavate is a combination of Monavate and banks. These are two UK and EU regulated financial infrastructure businesses that together formed a licensed operating payments platform. So Monavate's, that's the infrastructure layer. A principal MasterCard and Visa member, I believe Discover too, that issues cards, sponsors bins, acquires merchants, and operates the processing, 3DS, fraud, IBAN systems, et cetera. It holds an FCA authorized EMI license in the UK, and there's also licenses in the EU. So Banks is a crypto card program management layer. So it runs the card programs, collateralizes lending, and does some FX. It sits between Monavate and the client, so between the end user and MasterCard and Monavate. And it also has an FCA registration and is a crypto asset firm. So again, this is the biggest strategic move we've made as a company. It changed the business in 5 different areas. So revenue creation, as a standalone business, over 90% of our revenue was from swaps, from crypto trading. With Monavate, we got, again, interchange, processing fees, IBAN fees, float interest. And so, the funny thing was, I was thinking about these slides, obviously, today. And, I got here and I was looking at my Exodus Pay. And I'm sorry for the sidetrack here, but I ordered DoorDash at 6:43 a.m. today. And the thing about it is, I was thinking, man, I've got a big family. I've got all the adult kids. I'm going to have 4 in college here pretty soon. I got my wife. We're all using Exodus Pay. Then I thought about DoorDash, and another sidetrack to a sidetrack. I ran into the DoorDash marketing team, I believe, at an event, and I showed them my DoorDash, and they were like, I've got to be one of the top users. As I was talking to them, a DoorDash request came in from my family because I was traveling. And so they gave me all the swag that they could find off their body. They weren't prepared, but they were like, you've got to have it. And so I'm sitting there thinking about that, all this stuff on the drive in here today, and I thought, man, my accounting team, when I get all the family going on, my accounting team, then Deloitte, they're going to say, oh my God, James's family is material to this business. We're going to have to put a schedule in the footnotes of when my kids graduate college, and they're going to want to look at their transcripts to see. Anyway, sorry for the accounting humor. It is what it is. That's what you get with the CFO presentation. But anyway, that's where my brain goes. So back to the deal. But I was thinking all of these things, all of this interchange, processing, these are all things that my family is going to generate for the business through Monavate. So, if you think about the total addressable market, you have 708 million crypto traders right now, and that's a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, But if you think about, infrastructure, you think about all of the different ways, and you think, JP mentioned AI. I think that's what we now have to call his AI bot, is JI. We've got all of that opportunity in there. There's the business-to-business opportunity along with Exodus Pay, and being that full stack owner. Here again are the 6 revenue streams. A couple things to note are, there's a lot of different margins, and I'll get into that just a little bit more, per each one of these things. Some of these things are pure pass-through. Some of these things are very high margin. And the revenue from this business comes from merchants, from the clients, from interest. It doesn't depend solely on Exodus users swapping crypto or doing similar activities. And that is a major structural change for us. So here's a little bit more breakdown of the business. So again, you've got bin sponsorship, that's 77% of the gross. You've got interest on float, which has some some solid margins there. Roughly a little bit less than 50%. Or I'm sorry, that's processing. Interest on float is roughly 60 to 70% margin. And all of these things scale as we sign more B2B users and as Exodus Pay grows. So the 6 layers of operating today: wallet, swap, stablecoin, card issuance, and the banking rails, XUS, and processing. The headline number of that 1.5 to 1.6 MAUs in the Exodus wallet, the 1.36 billion in swap volume last year, the 30 plus card issuance clients that Monavate's running, those are some of the headline numbers. So 2 more layers that will be ramping in 2026. Obviously, the Exodus card, consumer card, again, my family helping out significantly, and merchant acquiring. Those are some of the things that Exodus team was building before the Monavate. Now, the 3 in active development and the merchant acceptance piece, so point of sale, Exodus pay features, including loans, remittances, and then obviously agentic payments. And obviously, again, the JP used for agentic payments. The financial point is that these rails that serve AI are stablecoins and cards, and we have both in multiple different approaches to that. And every new layer that we add, compounds to the layers beneath it. So the revenue per user compounds because each layer captures a different piece of the same transaction. The next slide walks through an example transaction. I like this because now I can talk about pence and pounds. So if you think about a 100-pound transaction, before, when we were just a client of Monavate and banks, we would end up with 55 pence. And now after 100 pound in this example, after you're talking about £1.30. And so again, this allows us, these different streams allow us, and the different margins, and by owning these layers and having owner economics, we're allowed to pull different levers, a number of different levers, and not only that, but non-crypto levers. So, we have the ability to compete on a number of different areas with a number of different margins to pull volume, to pull, margin levers, et cetera, to maximize the opportunity for the business and obviously for our shareholders. The concept of a personal finance hub, that JP talked about with all your different apps. We've obviously got a, we started with crypto spot trading, which 18 trillion annual opportunity. From there, we expand into the retail payments. There's 2 quadrillion of flows in that space. Business payments, 48 trillion when you start to get into that realm. So there is a lot of opportunity here. But if you think about, all these big numbers, I'm not saying Exodus is going to get 100% of any of them, but it only takes a smidge to have a very large, very meaningful, company and opportunity and revenue growth. And, like I said, we've got a great start, and we're moving into, an even a better, with this merger, we have even more opportunity with the partners that we already have and the partners that Monavate has. And so if you look at the 2 names that really stand out here, Ledger and MetaMask, we both work with those. And so, if you think about the priority, those are going to be our priority conversations, starting with now that we have this merger done, and we'll be able to, as we develop platforms for them, we'll be able to take those and not necessarily everyone is going to buy everything, but we have on either side, those are opportunities to cross-sell different products, because we believe everyone in the world on the left side, if they don't have one already, they're going to need a crypto wallet. Everyone on the right side, they're going to need that credit card layer for, even if it's just for the AI payments. So there's a lot of opportunity here. 2027 targets. So again, I'm just going to hit the highlights here. So we're at 90% from swaps. We believe in 2027 it's going to be 60% or less. The margin quality, You could see what we're planning to do there. The platform defensibility, right? Wallet and swap, and we didn't have any card payments. DeFi and TradFi are merging, and we didn't have enough on the TradFi layer. This acquisitions and the Exodus Pay, that solves that problem. Here are our priorities. Investing in the operating business. Look, there's opportunity that exists today. We need to take advantage of that. We need to obviously get Monavate integrated, fully integrated. Then we need to expand. And ExoSwap has been a wonderful product. We need to do more of that. There's still more opportunity there. And then we're working on some checkout products, some merchant acquiring as well. M&A. So from an M&A perspective, we are going to be, we're as always deliberate. We're being strategic about it. We want to accelerate that stack ownership, that payment stack ownership, and extend into regulated market areas. Obviously, we're being disciplined. We have the ability to be opportunistic, but we have a lot of things that we're working on, so the focus is strategic. And then finally, cash preservation. Look, we are a crypto company. We are always going to maintain probably a more robust company because we are treasury, because we have the wounds, if you will, from the previous administration that made getting a loan impossible for a crypto company. So we still have that in the back of our mind at all times. So we're going to be diligent about cash. Here we are talking about just that diversification and what we think it will do for our multiple, for where we're going. The most important point is that the company in front of you is now a payments infrastructure company, and we have a crypto native distribution advantage. So we are going to be going up into the TradFi space on that payment stack, but with a very strong start on the crypto crypto side of it, which again, it's the future, and so DeFi will become TradFi here. So if you take nothing away from that, from this whole time here, other than my children and their crazy spending habits, just remember that piece, that the market will very much come to value. We believe that that move into TradFi, and that the real advantage that we have as a crypto company. So with that, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, James. I'm going to use that. From the numbers, now to the product. Kevin Wood is Director of RevOps at Exodus, and he's going to walk us all through ExoSuite, what's shipped, what's live, and what customers are doing with it right now. Please welcome Kevin Wood.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming out today. I'm Kevin Wood. I'm the Director of Revenue Ops here at Exodus, and today we're going to talk about ExoSuite, the new products that we've brought to market and the new products that we offer to our B2B customers. So first, we're going to start ExoSwap. 4 years ago, we had 5 or 6 partners that we were using inside of our swap engine. It was only for Exodus, and it was only for our customers. Fast forward a year and a half later, we now have an entire suite of APIs that we publish for our B2B partners. We now have up to 16 swap routes, DEX, bridge, swap anything to anything, and something that's really grown in the past couple of years. So from a B2B infrastructure suite, like I mentioned, 4 years ago, we were wallet only from our services. We now have ExoSwap with last year 158% year-over-year growth. We've gone from on-ramping with only third parties to being the first of a kind, first-party on-ramp experience, ExoRamp inside Exodus. So we're building the infrastructure to allow our partners, to allow our users to grow, to swap, and to get into the ecosystem here. So our world-class partners, you saw this with James, but now we have Monavate clients, we have our swap partners, and now, inevitably, the world's going to run on stablecoins. So we're right at the perfect intersection with the Monavate acquisition, with what we're doing, that Ain and some of the others will talk about later with stablecoins, really at the intersection to be able to provide an entire suite of services to our partners, to the industry, and bring crypto and stablecoin settlement to fintech. A lot of, like we've mentioned, a lot of Monavate's businesses in fintech, and there's a lot of opportunities for us to get in there and really help those businesses move money faster and cheaper there. So kind of recent developments with XOSwap. We have 2 new clients here in the last 30 days. BitGet, which is a very large APAC wallet. We've already 12 million plus monthly users, $6 million of volume we've put through XOSwap already in the past 45 days. OneKey Wallet, another large APAC wallet, 300K monthly active users, and 1 million so far to date. And so those are our 2 latest XOSwap partners that have come online. And so there's 3 forces compounding into next year. What I talked about recently, we've got Monavate, we've got the Exodus stack, we've got XOSwap and XORamp. So how we're doing it, we've got new partners. We've signed 10 in the first quarter alone. We've got the vertical integration that we mentioned with Monavate. And we're going to be rolling out in Q2 a zero-fee campaign swap that is going to allow us to still capture revenue while offering zero-fee swaps. So it's going to be a big value to Exodus users. It's going to be a big value to our partners. And it's going to be a really great tool for our B2B for new integrations there. XORamp. So 2 years ago, we had 2 or 3 on-ramping partners. We say, how do we start to get closer to the customer? We realized when we looked at kind of the political headwinds, things were changing. They weren't great. How do we start to get ahead of that? And so we decided to start our own fiat on-ramp, which formerly known as XOPay, which is now XORamp. So we're the only wallet with a first-party on-ramp service. So we are the merchant of record. We control risk, we control fraud, and we have end-to-end support for our customers. So XORamp. So we've had a 30x growth in 4 quarters from when we launched in Q2 of 2025 to where we are today here. And you can see the quarter-over-quarter growth right here. So leading, even now that it's become a mature product after a year, we're still seeing 25% plus quarter-over-quarter growth. So it's been an incredible product for us so far. We've been able to get, like I mentioned, closer to the customer. We've been able to start capturing some of that data so we can seamlessly on-ramp, we can seamlessly offer cars to customers without another KYC experience. We can add these other features on top of it that allow us to offer more products, offer cheaper products, and offer more value to our customers. No longer is on-ramping a black box for our customers. One of the big things at Exodus is our support, and we're able to end-to-end support a customer with XORamp. We were not able to do that before, and all that data was a black box. All the poor experiences, all the good experience of our great partners was a black box. So we're able to combine all of that into a single product that we're able to offer now. So you can see right here, it's been highly successful for us right here, and we'll go into some more numbers here. Another big benefit of XORamp is we have a 78% revenue uplift. By controlling the COGS, we are in the middle of it. We're able to have a revenue uplift with a lower cost experience for our customers. So customers are paying less, Exodus is making more, and customers have an amazing experience. And you can kind of see how these numbers have transformed over the years right here, but this has been huge for us right here. Not only do we control it, but we have a large revenue uplift for a very similar product. So when we started last year, we were a fraction of the U.S. volume here for fiat on-ramping. And you can see XORamp in the purple here, and our fiat partners in the dark gray right here. So within a year, in October 31 of last year, XORamp is doing more volume than any other partner in the United States. So that shows kind of our commitment to the experience, to support, and returning customers. So you can see right here, 30 days, we've done 11.92 million, and our partners are doing 10.7 million. So we've seen an incredible growth of XORamp and supporting that product and supporting our customers with amazing experiences. Now, XORamp is a small portion of our on-ramp. We have partners that cover the globe. So I wanted to really talk about the growth of our on-ramping product and how Exodus continues to be the first stop for many customers in their journey in crypto. They come in, they buy crypto, they hold, they trade, they do these things. Inevitably, it's a very sticky product. And that's another reason why we want to start XORamp. We want to control that experience. But we have amazing partners who help us continually since we started in 2022, which doesn't seem that long ago. You can see the continued growth of our on-ramp product. How we've done that is fine-tune the user experience. We have now in the past, with adding XORamp, we've been able to increase the volume while still having the same kind of partner volume as well. So we've increased our volume in the United States, essentially. We've also fine-tuned the experience. Customers, what you'll see is everybody's chasing an extra penny on the way down, right? So we're able to, how do we influence the customer journey to have the best experience through our partners, through alternative payment methods? You know, we think of cards in the United States, they work everywhere, right? They're incredibly powerful. You can on-ramp, et cetera. In other countries, crypto is still a high-risk payment in the United States and elsewhere. So pushing alternative payments where we can to create 80+% conversion rate throughout there. But you can see the growth right here, which has been really great for us so far. And here's a customer story. This is a customer who had issues. As you guys can imagine, on-ramping traditionally is not you're looking at 50% plus full funnel conversion. So it is, for lack of a better term, a painful product. How do we take a painful product and make it better? And this is a customer testimony right here. So I cannot even begin to tell you how frustrated I was before I found Exodus. Installed Exodus, bought a random small amount of crypto as a test run. It was here within minutes. The entire process was smooth as can be, which I cannot say for a single one of the competitors. No competition. Thank you. So this really shows of how getting closer to the customer allows us to own as much of the experience as possible and why we wanted to be where we're at today with XORAMP. And so we're going to show a little quick demo here of, there's a little Easter egg here, right? So if you find me later, I got the last 4 of my credit card and my CVCs here. So if you find me later, you're going to have it. So thank you all very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, before we break and you guys re-up your coffee, we want you to hear from someone who is using Exodus firsthand. Please welcome Latresa.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for that warm welcome. I'm Latresa Williams, and I am so happy to be here today. As I stand before you, you all will notice that I am wearing an American flag on my sweater. And for many people, the American flag represents freedom, it represents opportunity, it also represents bravery, how our founding fathers decided to do something that was revolutionary. And those are the things that I think of when I think of Exodus. I think of the freedom that we are given financially and to do things in a way we've never done before. For those who kind of know my story, some of you all don't know my story, but I've been traveling the world and have been to over 25 countries. And one of the places I went to was in Botswana. And during that time, Exodus had rolled out with the spin card. And I had it, and I said, let's try this and see if it works. Let's test it. For those who know me briefly, I'm a former professor. You can't really say former. Once an educator, always an educator. So I'm like, let's test this thing. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it can get an A. So I tested it. I went into the store with my Exodus wallet and bought basic things, groceries, food, essentials that people need every single day. And I went in and bought my groceries, put it in a cart, went to the checkout, tapped my card, paid, and it worked. It worked. And the first thing I said to myself once I got out of the store was, they've just made history. They made history. Do they know that? Like, I'm in another country using my stable coin and a wallet, holding my own assets that no one has access to, and I'm using it at a terminal with a digital credit card. I didn't even have to get the physical one. I'm not even in America. And I have food. No other company did that. Even our traditional major players in the world, I won't give them a name shout out, but you all know who they are. No one has done that. This is the first time ever that I didn't have to go and open up a bank account or be in Botswana and ask for someone to send me some money via Western Union. I did it right in the palm of my hands. And so I just want the Exodus team to know that you all are just not making products, you're making history. You all have done something that no one has ever done before, and I'm excited about what you all are going to do next. I know there are so many things that are going to be discussed today, but just as a reminder, just like our forefathers were creating something 250 years ago and did not know that this place would still be probably standing today. And we'll be celebrating 250 years of America being great. So hopefully in 250 years, Exodus will be celebrating great products that's just not giving people a chance, but giving them people financial freedom, opportunity, and using their assets and their cards in ways that we've never seen before. So thank you all for having me here today and sharing this experience with everyone. And great job, Exodus team. Continue to make me proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Latricia. I loved that. Now we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please be back in your seats by 10:25. We have a special announcement and another demo before our first Fireside, and you don't want to miss what's next. 15 minutes. See you back at 10:25. Accounting for some of my jet lag.
The program will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats. Please find a seat. The program will resume in 2 minutes. Please take a seat and turn your mobile devices to their off or silent mode. The program is ready to begin. Please take a seat and turn your mobile devices to their off or silent mode. The program is ready to begin.
Welcome back, everyone. We are kicking off the second half of the morning with a special announcement. JP is back on stage to deliver it. Please welcome JP Richardson.
God, I love that smoke. Are you guys ready for some more face-melting announcements today? Yes, yes. It's great that I can break this news here with all of you in the room. But first, we have a quick video for you. So today, I'm proud to announce that Exodus becomes the official payments partner of the UFC. And brands typically sponsor professional sports for many reasons, but I'm going to talk about two. First, the quality of the brand exposure. The UFC delivers this on a scale almost nothing else in American media can match. And second, because of trust. People will only trust an app they know, especially a financial app. Putting Exodus Pay front and center as the official payments partner of the biggest brand in MMA gives that mainstream exposure, unlocking trust. Our partnership goes live on June 1st and leads in the 250th birthday of the United States. UFC is running the Freedom 250 fight event on the White House lawn. That's the first UFC fight ever held in the grounds, and Exodus will be there for this historic moment. The Exodus logo is going to be inside the octagon. There's going to be broadcast spots. And as the fans walk through the gates, you're going to see Exodus with activation footprints everywhere at the White House. Here's what this means for the business. It's a multi-year deal. It's a massive market aligned with our target demographics, crypto-curious, young, and digitally native. Our story, built over 11 years, gets an international megaphone every Saturday night. Exodus Pay, it's live in all 50 states and rolling out over the world The product is now ready for distribution. And the UFC gives us access to millions of people who already believe what we believe, that money should be fast, borderless, and yours. And globally, the UFC reaches 165 countries with 700 million fans worldwide. This is how Exodus becomes global payments infrastructure, by building with the right partners. And when UFC fans send or spend money, they're going to think of Exodus. So we'll see you in the octagon. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Very exciting. Our second demo of the morning is one we've been waiting for. Exodus Pay turns self-custody into spending. And Ain has been leading the product work to make it happen. Please welcome Chief Product Officer, Ain.
Hello, Exodus. It's great to be here. To our shareholders, our customers, and our partners, thank you for being with us. Today, we are introducing the next chapter of Exodus. Millions around the world trust Exodus to manage and move their digital assets. That's our foundation, trust. So Exodus started as a wallet, simple, beautiful, and human. But wallet was never the destination. It was just the beginning. It was a way for people to get into Bitcoin and crypto without friction. So today I'm here to tell you that Exodus is no longer a wallet. That era is over. We're not here to manage money. We're here to move money. We're here to change how it works. Exodus is a movement toward ownership, toward freedom. Exodus Movement, that's our company. Exodus is a money movement, a belief system, a community in motion. Exodus is a money platform. That's where it leads. A platform where money lives, not a wallet. A movement, a money movement, a money platform. And not someday, today, right now. So this is the evolution of the product, from a crypto wallet to a money platform. Sovereign by design and human by experience. Exodus, move money, simple, powerful, and yours. That's our promise. That's the line every customer should feel the moment they open Exodus. Simple, powerful, and yours. We're building an operating system for money. Exodus is Money OS. So let's talk about money. What is money? Money is cash. Money is crypto. And it goes beyond that. So our Money OS, our self-custodial Money OS, must deliver 3 core experiences. Cash for every day, crypto for ownership, and power for those who want more. One app, one platform, expanding over time. Today, Exodus is already one of the best crypto experiences in the world. Our foundation of trust. Over a decade of building and shipping and showing up every day. That's what gave us permission to go bigger. Now, we add a new foundation. Cash with stablecoins for everyday money inside Exodus. And this is how it starts. Exodus Pay. Exodus Pay is our stablecoin cash experience. And it ships right now. right? That's Exodus Pay. Human, powerful, sovereign, and yours truly. Exactly how money should feel. I'll tell you more about it. It just works. No crypto knowledge needed. So this is how Exodus evolves from a wallet to a world, from storage to movement, unlocked by payments, unlocked by Exodus Pay. You open the app, Face ID, you're in. No passwords, no seed phrases, no friction. It passes the pub test JP talks about. You add funds with Apple Pay. Seconds, you're in with your card, with your stablecoins, a bank transfer, no fees, instant. Funding is easier than ever inside Exodus. You send money to friends, just like a text. All sends are also free and instant. No networks, no tokens, no gas. You just send it like a text. You can even send to someone without Exodus installed to their phone number. And when they install it and sign up, they receive the funds. This is exactly how money should move, just like a text. You tap to pay and spend with your Exodus card. Apple Pay, online, and anywhere Visa is accepted. You can fully live on Exodus. And your money does not sit still, always working. You add funds, you earn. You spend with your card, you earn. You engage with utility, you earn. You earn in any asset. Cashback. Cashback in Bitcoin. Cashback in any asset. This is the beauty of integrating everything into one place. So even your morning coffee can start building your portfolio. One swipe. So Exodus Pay is our self-custodial cash account. Here's the reality. Other money products, they do not win on transactions. They win on balances. Transactions happen, and balances move. Balances stay. So we built a system that brings the money in. Money comes in. We make it useful. It gets used. Users earn, users stay. Because it feels right. Let's get into revenue. So here is our truth from day one. We win when our customers win. Exodus is now usage-driven and behavior first. We're no longer shipping features. We're shipping habits. We're building habits. We win when our users keep money inside Exodus, when they use it, when they move it, when they live on it, and when we expand utility around it. We win as we deliver more value to our customers. Stablecoin balance, card interchange, card FX, ramps, and utility that we expand over time. This changes the business. Changes user retention, growth, revenue, and valuation. People do not stay because of features. They stay because it feels right, because of that human connection. Exodus wins on human design and human support. Because when people need help, they talk to a real person, 24/7. That's Exodus. Human first. Let's talk about go-to-market and growth, because we're not just shipping a new product. We are also telling the world about it. You heard JB talked about the UFC. How exciting is that? So let's reset here. We are exiting the wallet category completely. We're extending the technology. You start with digital dollars, and you grow into Bitcoin and beyond Bitcoin. Let's talk about Exodus. Who are we? We are self-custodial. We are global by default. we are crypto capable, and now we are payments capable as well. This combination is rare. And it's very hard also to replicate. So this allows us to move faster than anyone else and access markets faster than anyone else as well. So our capabilities, self-custodial, global, crypto-capable, payments-capable, they unlock four real behaviors. You own, you use, you save, and you send. So crypto-native users, they want ownership. They want Bitcoin. They want self-custody. They want the edge. Give me the edge. Give me meme coins. Utility-first users want simplicity and wealth. Give me less tabs. Save me time. I don't want to click so many things. I want just access, fast access, simplicity. Dollar-native users, they want stability and FX savings. They are escaping their local currency. Cent-native users, they want speed and local ramps. So we have two new user personas unlocked by payments, unlocked by Exodus Pay. So the foundation is live. As of today, Exodus Pay is now available in the US, in all 50 states, yes, even New York. Also available in Canada, also available in the UK, also available in Europe, and we're just getting started. Let's talk about the US market. In the US, we win with trust, our foundation, with self-custody and simplicity. We make Exodus a household name. UFC helps us build trust, from crypto trust to mainstream trust. The official payments partner of the UFC. We become part of culture. We align ourselves with cultural moments. When attention concentrates, we show up. And the biggest events are happening this year, right here in the US. The World Cup is the biggest sports event on earth. We will show up. UFC, Freedom, America 250, the White House. We will show up in the middle of the octagon. Our partner, MoonPay, they distribute our stablecoin, ExoCash, power and Exodus Pay. Liquidity is revenue now. We launch globally. We expand because we can move faster than anyone else. We're self-custodial. We're global, crypto-capable, and payments-capable. Different markets, different needs. It's the same system. You just need to put the user first. In Argentina, where inflation pain is real, users win when they get the best exchange rate. How much did Exodus save me? We optimize in favor of the user because we own the full stack, from the stablecoin layer to the card swipe layer. And that's powerful. We can optimize it in favor of the user. We win with the best digital dollar experience in Latin America. We expand further. We're global. We're global. In emerging markets, Nigeria, Philippines, UAE, we win with speed. No more waiting in lines to send money back home. Instant phone-based free transfers are everything. Workers, freelancers, expats, sending money back home. We capture volume at scale. So the opportunity here is movement, Exodus movement. Let's talk about some of the early signals. Exodus Pay, 1 to 2 weeks, live now. No marketing, still no marketing. Users are funding, users are transacting, and users are coming back. And here is something deeper, actually. Our support tickets, our Exodus Pay support tickets, 95% of them, they do not even mention crypto. So it's working. It's an early signal, but it's working. So our roadmap now becomes very simple. You start with your cash account, your self-custodial cash account, one balance, and we expand utility around it. And you build your own financial world. You choose what you want to use. You're not forced into anything. So today I'm excited to announce that we are introducing tokenized stocks on the markets. Wall Street is moving in chain. We will be ready. We have to be ready. It's the same balance now connected to the markets. Our own stock, tokenized on Solana, now accessible to retail around the world. We're adding new capabilities. This is just a start. I'm also excited to announce that we are launching prediction markets with Polymarket, a new financial primitive, accessible from the same balance. More utility, make it useful. Think about the user, give them value, and maybe you will win. Same platform, more capabilities, all up 10, same formula. We win when users win. Both targeting a launch in Q2. And we do not do this alone. We are actively looking for strategic partners. With MoonPay, we unlock distribution. With Monavate, we unlock access to banking rails and card issuance. And with the UFC, we unlock trust at scale. So if you are building a financial product, if you care about your users, if you want to give them a world-class experience, talk to us. Exodus becomes the place your users live. We're building the default global money app. And we're doing it with partners. Talk to us. Exodus is holding hands. From your first paycheck, to your first Bitcoin, to your first stock, your first business, to paying your own employees their first paycheck as well. Exodus is there for every first. Exodus is where your money lives. Exodus becomes your money platform because it feels right. In 2016, we made Bitcoin human. And a decade later, in 2026, we make money sovereign. This is Exodus. Move money. Simple, powerful, and yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ain. Now, for our first Fireside of the day, we're putting two CEOs on stage to talk about what happens when self-custody meets global payments. You've just seen Exodus Pay. What you're about to hear is the infrastructure story that helps to bring it to life. Joining JP is the CEO of Monavate, Michael Rolph. Now, you may see a QR code on the screen here, unless I'm hallucinating, or link if you're watching online. You can submit questions via the QR code or the link if you're on the live stream, and we'll answer your questions later in the afternoon's Leadership Team AMA. Michael Rolph will join us there as well. Now please welcome Michael and JP.
I'm gonna do one of these. Get a little comfortable, cozy. All right, so we're gonna have a nice conversation here. We're gonna talk about Exodus and Monavate. We're going to talk about Michael's history into Monavate. And let's start by when I first met you. When I first met Michael, I remember he had a sweatshirt on of the New England Patriots. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So being British, how did you get into being a fan of the New England Patriots? Let's start there. That's what everybody wants to know.
Yeah. So John Madden 93 on the Amiga was a game that I discovered, and obviously being British and being young and not understanding the history, I just chose the team that had the word England in it. And it worked out pretty well as I got into the game more and more and realized that for the first time in my life I was supporting a winning team, because being in soccer, being a fan of Tottenham Hotspurs, that's kind of a life of misery. So it was a great choice to support New England, and then since I've obviously brushed up on my history as well. I stick by my choice.
Nice. So let's give the audience just kind of a sense then about your background and how did you get into fintech? Let's start there, because I know that you have a history with fintech before Monavate. So let's start there. Let's talk about how you got into all of this.
Yeah. So the kind of the whirlwind corporate career was Barclaycard, First Data, and PayPal, and very much on the merchant acquiring side of life. And then in 2009, I joined a group of people that had come together to form a business called Anthemus Group, which was sitting at the intersection of investment, advisory, and consultancy. And that was, coming into what was being termed fintech at that point off the back of the global financial crash. And in hindsight, I was an entrepreneur in residence, and I spent most of my days flipping from being pitched by companies that were startups to advising companies that were, suffering with the digital innovation dilemma, like Vocalink, who got acquired by MasterCard. And so I got to see the industry from every angle, and it was a great foundation. And over time, I realized that I was a really bad investor, because I would listen to people's pitches and immediately start to try and think, well, why are they doing it like that? Rather than just sort of assessing what they were telling me. I was starting to throw maybe a few stones at the glass houses. And I realized that I should probably stop doing that and build my own glass house. And I came up with an idea at the time that was somewhat inspired by the Starbucks prepaid program that went mobile. And I created a company called Yo-Yo Wallet, and that effectively combined payment and loyalty into a single mobile payment experience through a dynamic QR code. And the concept was quite simple, that when you transact, if you're a merchant, you want to truly know your customer. So through an integration at the point of sale, when you paid with Yo-Yo, you were immediately getting a digital itemized receipt. You were immediately getting your reward points, stamps, cashback, whatever it may be. And so that was a journey that went for about 7 years, and I exited that in 2020. From that point on, I became part of a company called Taya, and I spent a couple of years there sort of helping build out, sort of on the corporate development front, a lot of acquisitions. We did about 18 acquisitions in 18 months at Taya. Got to work with a lot of great founders and entrepreneurs in that process as well. And one of the things that I took responsibility for was coming up with the issuing strategy for Taya, and we bought 3 companies, Paymentology.
And when you, Michael, when you say issuing, just so the audience has a sense of really what does that mean, so that the audience knows?
So issuing is the structure that sits behind Exodus Pay, the ability to effectively put a card in somebody's wallet. Acquiring is the ability for them to accept the payment. So when I talk about issuing and acquiring, it's the two sides: make payment, take payment. And so, at Taya, on the make payment side, issuing, we bought 3 companies, Paymentology, Tutuka, Wallet, and one of the things that was kind of missing in that strategy was having the regulatory rails, the licenses. So I'd come across a company called Monavate, but at the time, Monavate had just started. It was in its infancy, so it wasn't really a right acquisition target. And I ended up taking a sabbatical from Taya, started a different business, one for a different day. But I ended up getting approached effectively by a headhunter to say, hey, there's this role going at a company called Monavate for a CEO they're looking for. And
you didn't, at that moment in time, you didn't know anybody at Monavate?
No.
Okay.
No. So I got approached, and I knew immediately that it would be very interesting because, if you look back, everyone had been thinking about issuing from the technology-centric perspective in the world of processing. So processing is, effectively the ability to authorize a transaction or decline the transaction. And my thought was two things are super interesting in the market at that time. This is beginning of 2022. One is that, it's the regulatory rails that builds a defensive moat. The way the world is moving, if you own the regulatory rails and you can go to a customer and provide them a one-stop global solution, that really was a differentiator, because fundamentally today, if you want to issue a card program, as a customer, you'd have to go to maybe 5 or 6 different geographic environments to kind of set up that infrastructure to do global issuing. And the second part was, I missed the whole crypto aspect when I was at Yo-Yo. And so, as any good entrepreneur knows, you don't look back with fondness about the things you succeed. You look back and think, how did I miss that? So when it came to Monavate, I was like, look, this Web3 environment is absolutely going to be the future. We are going to be transacting on stablecoins. And so we need to build a company that is going to be a leader in that domain. And so, that's how I got into Monavate, and how we really sort of focused our minds on the world of Web3 and DeFi.
Now, before we get into the deal that we have here, let's talk a little bit about the customers that Monavate has, and let's provide a kind of a profile for the audience of your customers, like, the industry, what percentage are in crypto versus non-crypto, and let's just give a little bit of a sense and flavor there.
Yeah. So I would describe Monavate as being the bridge that connects the world of traditional finance to the world of Web3, DeFi. And in what we've said internally for a long time is that Web3 is the future of fintech, but there's no Web3 without fintech. And what that translates to in terms of Monavate's approach to customer base is that we've obviously got a very good number of customers that sit in that traditional finance space. And, there's different verticals that obviously you can look at in that space. So, for example, in the world of payroll, we have a couple of customers called Trust and Ship Money, and that's giving them the ability to give seafarers a way to get paid when they're traveling around the world. We have a company like Hyperlayer, which is a form of neobank. We have customers like PCS, Korea Card, who are again a specialist, almost neobank for migrant workers in the in French markets. We're actually in France, we're outside of the banks, the biggest issuer of card programs in France. So, it's a real mix. And what we also have built is effectively a supply chain payments infrastructure. And so as we look into verticals like travel and insurance, we're seeing a lot of opportunity there. And again, all of that is traditional finance. And I mentioned, obviously, we were very early to focusing on the world of Web3. Mm-hmm. And we've got, in the first instance, someone like banks was a customer, which gave us the route through to the self-custodial world. But Monavate came at it also from servicing the custodial world. So we have the likes of Kraken and OKX as kind of two marquee customers to reference there. And obviously through our bank's partnership relationship, we have the likes of MetaMask and Ledger on the custodial side. So yeah, it's a good mix. And so in terms of you asked about the percentage, right now at least 50% of our pipeline is the world of Web3 and DeFi.
Nice. And I'll say that for us at Exodus, one of the things that we love that Monavate, of course, has such strong infrastructure in the world of Web3. But there was another aspect of this about being outside of the world of Web3, as Michael had mentioned, and actually getting to know some of Monavate's customers and understanding some of the use cases, especially like you mentioned Trust, and how they are paying these employees of cruise ships and merchant ships all over the world, and that's not even powered by stablecoins or crypto today. That's correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that just presents such a massive opportunity for both of us now.
For sure it does. I mean, the whole financial services infrastructure is clearly going to, over the next, X number of years, migrate to one of, real-time stablecoin issuance and settlement. The concept of money moving literally physically across seas and borders, which really, when it's just a movement on ledger, is going to be, a thing of the past. And, we could look at any vertical and just think about the same use case and just focus our time and attention. Each one of those is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, whether it's insurance, whether it's payroll, whether it's travel. So yeah, we've got an exciting future ahead of us. We've got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely, and I'll say that early in the acquisition talks now, it's been 15 months when I think we first kind of had this.
Yeah, we've been dating a while.
Yeah, that's a great. Well, let's get married. Yeah.
I was wondering who's ever going to ask.
Yeah, let's get on with it. Wait. So I remember early in the conversations with Monavate and this deal, I was talking to some really big players in the space about card programs and who they used for card programs. And I remember one of the big players in particular had mentioned, they're like, yeah, we're looking at a number of the options out there, and Monavate is one of the major ones that we're considering. And I'm like, oh shit, we got to go buy this company like ASAP, because knowing that in the future that we'd be able to capture this business. So again, you guys have built such an impressive business. It's been great. Let's talk about now. Okay, so kind of for the audience here, it can be a little confusing in the sense of this acquisition, and so we're talking about Monavate, we're talking about banks, and so you had mentioned that banks is a customer of Monavate. And I know you touched on this, and can you just give the audience a little bit more depth on what that customer service provider relationship looks like, and then we'll talk about how the acquisition deal came together.
Yeah, so Monavate effectively is the foundation infrastructure for facilitating the issuance of cards. And what you then have on top of that is, you basically have a card program. And certain companies will be direct, they'll have their own card program plugged straight into the Monavate One infrastructure. And others may want to do that via a third party that's known as a program manager. And what the program manager does effectively is wrap a skin on top of the Monavate infrastructure to provide the holistic service, so that they can say that they are providing effectively one-stop solution to multiple customers. So you have a one-to-many through a program manager versus a one-to-one where Monavate is going direct. And the part that banks does that makes what they've built interesting is effectively an account delegation authority, which is what enables you to spend real time on chain at the point of sale. So when you go and buy whatever it may be, a Coca-Cola, you're spending your Ethereum that's been backing up into whatever wallet that you've set up. So that is a very key piece of product IP that is very unique to banks, and they were the first in the world to do that.
Now let's also talk about, I think it's just so important to give everybody a sense more about Monavate. Let's talk about the people and the culture. And one of the things that I will say is, many of us have been out to the headquarters in the UK, and just how great all the people are. Like, you can tell when you step into the Monavate offices, you can tell just how much the Monavate team cares so much about what you guys are doing. Let's hear a little bit more about that, the culture and the people, and how you build a company that hires and brings on such great people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm immensely proud of what we've built at Monavate and the people that have been part of that journey getting us to where we are today, and knowing that we get to spend more time going forward together in a bigger, better environment is really pleasing. For me, look, I mean, all businesses, whether they're succeeding or failing, it's, easy to say, oh, the business is great or the business is not great. But the reality is it's the people, right? The people are either turning up every day and doing their job because they know what their job is. Back to the Bill Belichick thing, one of my things was, just do your job. I left out the other bit that we say. But it sounds very simple, but actually you can really unpack that a lot when you talk to somebody like, what is your job? And what somebody's view of their job is versus what you want their job to be. You can really kind of get into a lot of detail. And when you realize that actually it's all about communicating and owning your swim lane to a degree and making sure that, if you rely on others around you, that they know where you are on the pitch at any one point in time. And within a company, obviously, it's knowing where we are in the process of delivery. So, extreme communication becomes super important, and transparency of communication. And sometimes that transparency is about saying nice things. Sometimes it's about saying the hard things. And so we've built effectively a culture that's about, just say it as it is. And some people like it and some people don't, and the ones that don't, that's okay. You don't have to be here, right? So we're quite transparent about that too. Sometimes it's employment, so therefore it's a choice. So we just have this extreme focus on making sure that everybody understands that, the time you spend in life is very important and you get to make that decision. So don't come here and moan about it, right? But the fact you turn up, we love you, right? I want to do my best work with the people that want to turn up every day. So that's a big part of it. And then I think, another piece that we sort of really zone in on is ensuring that everyone should recognize that the environment that we're creating and what we're responsible for creating as the leadership is an environment where people can turn up and do their best work. And so they should hold us accountable for that, right? We're responsible.
But how do you create that environment? I love that. I mean, just let's double click on that. How do you create that environment?
I just think it's just through extreme honesty and transparency. Yeah. And again, like the reality of life, when things are going well, you don't really need to talk that much because it's kind of, you know how to score the game. So, and you can see it's working or not. But you expect it to work and you expect to win, right? So it's about, how we win the game becomes really important. And so getting into that detail of, never being satisfied fundamentally, right? I mean, if you expect to win, like I want to make sure that we win in the best way possible, and no matter what the score is, we should score more, right? So I just think having this like really unabated appetite of ambition, that is basically the limiter of your success. So if it's unbound, like anything should be possible, but at the same time you have to be realistic. It's not good enough just to be able to say, hey, I think we should have an environment here that just wants to be extreme winners. Like you have to be able to define, how are we going to get there? And that again means you just have to have the hard conversations. If we expect you to win and we're winning, that's great. But along the way, if we're not winning better, literally double click into that. What can we be doing better each and every day? So that continuous cycle of wanting to improve and just be better tomorrow than we were today, and hoping today we were better than we were yesterday. And I think that's, that performance culture is super important, and helping people understand how you score the game is at the heart of that.
One of the things too is in meeting Michael, I noticed how direct he is. I mean, and I'm going to spare some of the anecdotes, but for me personally, I love to surround myself with people that are direct, and because I consider these kinds of people, if they're very direct to me, they're going to be very honest about how we, the team, can get better. And I think that that's just really important, because a lot of times you see in business where just you have a lot of praise, right? Praise. And don't get me wrong, praise can be good at some point in times, but often I get worried that praise can serve the ego. But the reality is when you're direct and you give candid feedback, it can just make everybody so much better and up-level people. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think the key word there you've used is ego, right? I mean, fundamentally what gets in each of our own way every day is our perception of self. And sometimes that can be inflated, greater than the reality of the delivery. So I think if you've got an environment that keeps you honest and keeps that ego in check, that's super important. And, having been a previous founder before and looking back at, that experience and thinking about all the things that we could have done better, I think I probably experienced the death of the ego myself, which and I realized the reason why we wasn't as good as we could have been perhaps in that previous journey is because I got in the way of a lot of things, because I thought as the founder that I needed to do everything. And in truth, you realize that actually, it's about hiring great people and just, helping them do what they need to do each day, and mainly getting out the way as much as possible. So I'm super direct in that sense.
And amen to that. So, as we've been talking about, this acquisition and deal, it's been, 15 months now. And so, we've talked about Monavate, we've talked about banks. Let's talk a little bit more of how this acquisition came together. So there's Monavate, there's banks, and then there's this parent corporation, W3C. Let's talk a little bit of kind of the fusion of that, and then we'll dig into Exodus coming together here with W3C and Monavate.
Yeah. So the reason it took 15 months, we should add, is because Monavate and banks are regulated entities. There's a process of change of control that you have to go through. So ordinarily you would sign an SPA and expect to close a transaction. But what that change control process allows is effectively a period of time where you just have to wait, right? So, but when you step back, Monavate and banks, prior to the Exodus transaction, had already come to an agreement that we were going to merge the two companies together under a corporate vehicle that was called W3C. So W3C is not a trading entity in any way, shape or form, but it was the holding company that was being put together to essentially allow us to put Monavate and banks into one, from two companies into one. And the concept of that was obviously going to come under the leadership of the Monavate team as well. And so, we were at the very beginning of that journey. We'd come to an agreement to buy Monavate from its main shareholder at the time. And we were going through that process. And, my thought at the time was, okay, I'm going to go raise a shit ton of money, pardon my French, for this new joint company, because, this is going to be a world beater. And, the only thing that we need is a bit of fuel in the tank. So that process had just got underway, and I got, I got a call to say, hey, there's a company called Exodus that would, like to have a chat and maybe thinking about buying W3C. So yeah, at the very beginning, I was like, okay, let's go.
I like that. All right. So you had, so along the way, again, 15 months, and you had mentioned the regulators, and, I would say that for me as a founder of a business, Exodus, that Exodus by itself, I wouldn't say that it's of course there's regulations surrounding Exodus, but it's not regulated in the same sense of fintech and payments. Can you just talk just a little bit more about kind of that difference and distinction there? So Exodus being self-custody and the ability to send like stablecoins and crypto, and just a little bit more on the regulatory differences there between Monavate and Exodus.
Yeah, so, as I mentioned, Monavate comes from that traditional finance side of life, and because we are essentially enabling people to spend money, we have the principal memberships from Visa, MasterCard, and Discover. But in order to have that, you have to be registered as what's known as an EMI, it's an electronic money institute. And the way to think about it is it's pretty much like a small bank license. The US actually is a market that has the most different to that setup. The rest of the world actually works around this EMI concept. And when you're regulated as if you are basically a banking, providing banking service, there's clearly a lot of responsibility you've got for customer funds. And the regulator is there to ensure that nothing nefarious happens at the end of the day to the customer funds. And so as a CEO or as a shareholder in a regulated entity, you've basically got a responsibility to a higher order, and that order is the regulator. So it does come with a lot of responsibility. We have at times when you see in the market that something goes wrong with a program or a program manager. At the core of it, what people will really always be wondering is like, what about the consumers? What about the money? Are they going to be okay? And our job as a regulated entity is to make sure the answer to that is yes, because we take responsibility ultimately for making sure that the money is always held in a trusted, safeguarded environment. And in the world of crypto, if we look back from the history perspective, obviously it didn't necessarily have that sort of legal framework in which to operate and regulate. Instead it was kind of like self-regulation, which meant, well, we can probably get away with this in the terms and conditions, and that's why we have some stories that have led the path to where the regulation in crypto is going to start looking more and more like it does for traditional finance. For example, MiCA in Europe, Clarity Act coming, here. So there's a lot effectively of coalescing of these two different industries becoming one and the same thing. Back to that point that fintech is the enabler of Web3, but Web3 is the future of fintech.
And on top of that, I think it's just so impressive. Again with what Monavate's built and that regulated infrastructure. And so for us as a business, when we publicly announced that this was in November of the end of last year, and so the deal was $175 million cash, end of last year, and so what a lot of people I think miss in all of that is that once you do a deal like that of a regulated business, the deal just it doesn't close. It's not like, oh, it's done. Here you go. Here's $175 million. Now we own the businesses. There's this period of kind of waiting. You wait for approvals from the regulators. Let's talk a little bit about that and kind of the uncertainty that comes along with all of that, and just kind of let's have the audience hear more about that. And by the way, guys, remember that QR code, you can scan it and you can ask your questions, because we're going to have Michael later today. He's going to be a part of our leadership AMA. So, sorry, go ahead.
So until it's done, it's not done, right? I mean, that's the golden rule. And when do you know it's done? Well, it's when the money's in the bank. So up until that point, fundamentally, things can happen. And, we and I'm sure you guys have obviously followed what's gone on. A lot of it's in the public domain. Yeah. So there was, some sideways action for a while. That can also happen in any M&A transaction. So yeah, we had a little bit of fun along the way there. But what it's enabled, actually, the positives, is that most M&A lives and dies by what happens next, right? And that's basically you've got two cultures coming together because you've got two different groups of people doing things different ways. And I think Jack Welch said it best, right? There's no such thing as a merger of equals. So what you really need is you need to know that if you're acquiring a company, that they subscribe to the cultural environment that you have created as the purchasing party. And back to the word ego, right? A lot of the time it goes wrong because you've got people trying to work with new people and you've got egos in the way. We've had the benefit of getting to know each other, actually, yes. and our relationship's been forged in a little bit of fire. Yeah, right?
I think that's a great way to put it. Yes.
And so, we're at the point now where the transaction's closed. We don't have to wait to figure out how we're going to dance together, right? We've kind of learned how to do that along the way, and it's the same for the people on both sides of the business. There's been a lot of coming together as we've navigated some of this complexity that came up. And so for me, as much as it was a real pain in the ass, and I think at certain times very unnecessary, all I'm going to look back on is realize that there's so many positives that we've got out of it, because we're going to just hit the ground running, and the expectation is, having wasted time on things that I think were unnecessary, it just really increases my hunger and appetite to make sure we just get on with things, because we got into this knowing that the opportunity we've got to build that one-stop final app you're ever going to need for finance. Like, I feel like my last 25 years of career have been all about this, right? I've seen this generational shift because of technology and the way in which people interact with financial services and product. And so, yeah, I'm like, let's kind of get on with it.
Well, when you talk about that uncertainty, I mean, I relate with it so much. I mean, along the way, over the last few months, as we've been talking to potential new partnerships and existing partnerships, there's a lot of partners that will look at the like, oh, okay, you haven't closed yet, but you're gonna close. You don't fully quite know when. Well, we can put this deal together. We just can't sign on it until it's finished. So, I mean, I know, like, a little birdie told me yesterday was your birthday. That's right? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, yes. But that's been and gone.
Yeah. Yesterday was your birthday, but we closed on this officially yesterday. So I know it was your birthday, but man, I got to tell you, it felt like my birthday is how it felt. So I don't know. Yeah. The journey it's been incredible to experience. And we'll kind of close out on this. Over the last 15 months, and especially the last 5 months, and especially the last 2 months, when it got really hard, and I will tell you, I have felt like I have been to hell and back with how hard it's been at times. What kept you going through all of this? Like, what kept you going? What kept you motivated? Because it would be very easy to be like, this is just not worth it. Like, I'm done with this. We're going to just go build. Like, just, I'm done. What kept you going through all of this?
So, that's a really good question. Basically, first order of priorities, what do you really believe, right? And I really believe in the value of bringing our two companies together. Really believe it in my heart that what we can build with the end-to-end product and technology stack that we've got between us, that this is now purely just about executing the go-to-market, right? And that's actually the fun bit. So I never lost any of my belief around what we're doing this for. And then the second part is, a little bit, you don't come this far to lose, right? Like, if you're going to set your mind and your ambition on a goal, you have to win. And it means that no matter what, like, you've got to get through it, whatever it takes to win. Sometimes you can win easily, and sometimes you've got to win ugly, but you've got to win. and I just, I think Jason Hung said it recently in a way that I thought really simplified it quite well, right? Winners win and losers lose. So, and I don't want to be a loser. I've got 3 young boys that are growing up that look up to me, and I don't want them to sort of have this vision of their dad was like, yeah, the guy nearly got there, but he never quite made it. It's kind of, hold yourself to account. And I look at the team at Monavate as well as an example in this, right? And there were 2 ways in which I scored the game while we were going through this sort of sideways motion for a period of time. One was, are we still signing new customers? Because this stuff was in the public domain. Can we still sign customers? We did. And the second was, do we get to the finish line with the same people that were in the room at the beginning that started this journey with us? Because obviously, if people lose faith, it means that what they believe in is being shaken. And so, I'm very, very proud to say we didn't lose a single person at Monavate as a result of what we were going through. And that's, again, goes back to kind of like, there is no other option than winning.
I want to build on that for a moment. You may not remember this as well as I do, but you and I had a conversation. It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this conversation, you and I were facing some really intense stuff. But it was with kind of the whole situation that was surrounding it. And I remember I said to you, and I was like, hey dude, how you doing? And that's what I said. How are you doing? Do you remember what you said to me?
I'm fine.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. No. You said, how am I doing? JP, it's not about how I'm doing. You said, it's how's my team doing? And my team's doing great, and that's what I'm focused on. That's what you said to me. And that was something that the moment that you said that, and you really, again, emphasize, you've done this the entire time. You've really emphasized the quality of the team, your team over you. And that is a quality that among many that I've really admired about you. And that was when, the definitive moment for me, I was like, yes, we got to keep pushing. We got to keep fighting. And for that, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everything. That was great. That was great.
Enjoyed that, dude. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Thank you, Michael. So lunch is going to be served where breakfast was in Mammal Hall. So that's these doors right here. Coffee is ready and the food's going to be out shortly because we're a little bit of ahead of schedule right now, but we'll reconvene here at 12:55 sharp. So meet someone you haven't met yet, and we'll see you back at 12:55. Thanks. Okay, good news, everyone. Lunch is served. So if you want to make your way to Mammal Hall, just behind these doors, you can enjoy some lunch just where breakfast was served. Okay, we'll be back here at 12:55.
The program will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats. Please find a seat. The program will resume in 2 minutes. Please take a seat and turn your mobile devices to their off or silent mode. The program is ready to begin. Please take a seat and turn your mobile devices to their off or silent mode. The program is ready to begin.
Keith, find your seat, please. Keith. Welcome back. I hope you guys had a great lunch. Before we get into afternoon programming, Kevin Wood and Michael Rolph are back on stage for a special announcement. Please welcome them.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a few minutes here to talk about a new partnership Exodus is entering into with this new journey we're on with Monavate and banks. Exodus is entering into a letter of intent with Visa for global issuance. So this has a big impact on our ability to issue cards, Exodus cards, throughout the world, sans a few countries. But it's also going to have a lot of benefit for our business, for our partners at Monavate and banks. And we're going to let Michael talk on that and the benefit there. Michael, would love to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, in short, what it enables is us to be able to issue cards for our programs in pretty much every country in the world, barring a list of 12. So it enables a speed of go-to-market to be expedited for those customers that want to have a global franchise base of customers. From our perspective as well, what it does quite nice is it cleans up the aspects of the Monavate banks relationship as well. And it's obviously working with Visa will expand the number of potential partnership opportunities that come as a result of working with them directly with a view that we can issue anywhere in the world.
So we're really excited for this partnership to continue to grow Monavate's business, continue to offer new countries to Exodus users as well. And we're looking forward to kicking things off with Visa here in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you both. This afternoon, we're turning to the assets themselves. Everything, treasuries, equities, private credit, is moving on chain. And the question is, which wallet holds it when it gets there? Joining JP for the conversation is one of the most credentialed founders in the space. He built Compound. He now runs Superstate, which is putting tokenized treasuries and equities into the hands of everyday investors. Please welcome Robert Leshner and JP Richardson.
Look at that hat. That's a great hat. I want to know where you get that hat. Well, Robert, thank you for being with us here today. I know when I called you up and invited you to come out here and join us on the stage, one of the things you told me, you said, JP, I'm only going to come out to Omaha if you promise me a good Nebraska steak.
It's true.
So I'm curious what this is, and I'm sure everybody else is dying to know this. What is your favorite cut?
I like a ribeye.
You like a ribeye?
I'm a simple man.
And if just a ribeye were to magically appear, what kind of sides do you like with your ribeye?
I like green things. I like asparagus. I like green beans. I can do some, heavy mashed potato type stuff too, some mac and cheese. But, I'm a simple man.
Okay. Fair enough. You know what? Thank you. How do you? That's actually some of the most, that would have been a terrible thing to mess up, because if it's like a well done steak and a person likes it medium rare, well, how do you like?
I feel like I have the canonical medium rare answer. I feel like you can't go wrong there.
I don't know. Did you? Okay. I'm sorry. We're going to tangent on just one more steak thing. Mm-hmm. When somebody orders a steak well done, do you happen to judge them?
I'll be honest. I haven't really seen it in person. I don't think I've had any friends who have done that. So actually, I'm zero.
Maybe I'm hanging out with the wrong crew, because I have some people that order steaks well done. I'm like, what are you doing? Okay. All right. Enough about steaks. So let's kind of talk about your background and history. I mean, I've always thought of you as a builder, someone that's very forward-thinking, and we'll get into that later.
Well, you are too.
Oh, thank you. We'll get into that conversation of kind of building in here in a little bit, but let's talk about. So you started Superstate. Before Superstate, you built Compound. Let's roll back just before Compound, because I think this is a really pivotal moment for, I think, the audience to understand what Compound is. But before we even touch on Compound, why don't you just give a touch of DeFi, right? A lot of people hear the word DeFi, and DeFi means so many different things to so many different people. So how would you kind of describe DeFi to just the mainstream person?
Yeah, I was actually in the group chat when we came up with the name DeFi.
Oh, geez, so we can credit you for that.
There's others that were involved too, but the way I describe DeFi is using computer programs, right? We implement these computer programs using smart contracts generally, but using computer programs on blockchains that are open source, that are transparent, that anyone can interact with, to build financial products and financial markets and financial processes that are resilient and robust and work 24/7 and globally, and are not prone to some of the shitty parts of traditional financial markets and traditional financial products.
Let's double click on that just a little bit. Oftentimes when people talk about DeFi, a word that gets associated with DeFi is this word called permissionless, right? The permissionless nature of DeFi. What does that really mean for DeFi to be permissionless?
Yeah, I mean, it really starts and inherits all the properties of the first blockchain, Bitcoin, right? Which is Bitcoin is permissionless. You can literally, spin up an address to receive Bitcoin, right? Without talking to anybody. And once you have it, you can send it without talking to anyone. You don't need anyone's permission, period, right? The evolution beyond that, with smart contracts and computing platforms like Ethereum, Solana, any other blockchain, is that you can apply that same logic not just to like I have an asset and I don't have to like talk to anyone to do stuff with it, to I don't have to ask anyone's permission to interact with this financial market or this other tool. And we're starting to see evolutions beyond that as well, where there are products where you might want permission, where it's using some bank's network or interacting with securities and issuer, things that require a little bit more sign-off. But like the foundation of DeFi is, there's a financial product, I can go use it, and I can use it at 3 a.m. in my pajamas, or I could use it, at 4 p.m. in a suit. It doesn't matter, it's the same thing. I just need a computer, I need a wallet, and I need to figure out just how to interact with this.
I remember, so this may have been about 2018, 2019, and I was driving, and I really explicitly remember I was listening to you on a podcast. And on this podcast, you were talking about Compound and the future of Compound, and I was like, oh my gosh, this dude is really thinking about things like nobody else is thinking about. I'm like, I've got to beat this dude. And so let's kind of get into Compound now. If you'd explain for everybody what is Compound, and then how did you get into this idea, and what's the motivation? Let's hear about that.
Yeah, so I was never really into crypto up until about like 2017. Like I bought an ASIC from Butterfly Labs in like 2013 and tried to mine some Bitcoin with.
What's an ASIC so that they know?
Yeah, it basically was like
but just in case,
customized hardware to mine Bitcoin more efficiently, right? I never made any money. I was like, oh, cool, that was my like 2013 Bitcoin experience. I read the Bitcoin white paper, I read the Ethereum white paper, and I was like, I was impressed by these things, but I was never really into it because I didn't really know what we were supposed to do with it, right? In my head, I was not like, oh, it's all going to replace financial markets. I was like, it's really cool tech, but what do you do with it? And then it was, 2 years later, and I read about this thing called the DAO. The DAO was the first, I'll call it like a decentralized venture capital fund that someone had built on the Ethereum blockchain using smart contracts. And it was really the very first experiment in like societal history of using this new programming concept called like a smart contract and building a financial product with it. And
what would you say that financial product was? Because I remember that moment, and I remember the amount of intense excitement, like to your point, about like the DAO, and by the way, it's spelled differently as an acronym, right? When you think of DAO, probably many of you think of like Dow Jones, but for the cryptos that were back in this what 2015, 2016? Yeah. Okay. So the DAO.
DAO.
So what does DAO stand for?
Decentralized Autonomous Organization.
Yep. Okay. And so the DAO. Sorry, I interrupt. But what does it do for people?
Here's what it was.
Why were they so excited?
Yeah, it was a computer program, and you could send it your Ether, you could send it your money, and you could then use your investment in this to like vote on how the collective thing would invest your money, right? And that's what it was. It was like a really simple, weird, like crowd-organized venture capital fund. And the idea was that it would succeed and people would make lots of money and be a lot of fun. The problem was, this was like one of the first uses of a smart contract or a computer program on a blockchain, and it had a bug in it. And it had a bug that let somebody steal all the money.
How much money? Because this is important.
I mean, it was... At the time, Ether was like, it was like $10 or something, so the total amount of money was not what we now consider to be catastrophic.
I thought it wasn't like $100 million?
Yes. It was like
$100 million isn't catastrophic to you? I'm hanging out with this guy more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was a big deal, but it really would be the equivalent of like $30 billion. It was like, today, because like Ether's gone up a lot since then, right? At the time it was like catastrophic because it was like 10% of like, the Ether on the blockchain was like in this DAO that had a bug and it got hacked. And I actually discovered this. I wasn't like paying attention to Ethereum or the blockchain. I actually like read about this on Bloomberg. You know, it was dunking on the DAO and Ethereum. It was like, you know, catastrophic bug, you know, like all the money stolen, Ethereum blockchain forking to like undo, you know, this first DeFi application.
So, okay, so you learned about the DAO, you heard about the DAO, and then walk us from this moment into Compound.
Yeah, so I was blown away. Like, I saw this and like some light bulb in my head went off. Like, by the way, like as the DAO was blowing up, I was like, oh my God, like what if you could use this technology in ways that didn't blow up spectacularly? Like, what can you actually do with this if you like were to build it correctly? And I had a light background in software engineering. I'm not like a software engineer, but I knew just enough that I was like, oh, like, I don't know anything about Solidity. Like, I'm going to look into this. And, you know, it was like late 2016. There was like some ICOs happening. That was part of the mania of this whole thing. And I was like eyeballing Solidity, and I was like paying attention to all of this for the first time.
Okay, so ICO, Solidity, let's give the audience Solidity. What would you say? What is Solidity for the audience?
It's a programming language that is used to write these computer programs on the Ethereum blockchain. It's also now the programming language that's used on lots of other L2s and systems that have used Ethereum's programming environment.
Okay, so then let's hit ICO, because I think ICO, it's going to be really important later in this conversation to come back to how does an ICO compare to what you're doing today with Superstate and tokenized equities. So we'll come to that later, but if you could give the audience a little bit of a definition of ICO so we can move into that later.
Yeah, so an ICO is an evolution of something that had been happening in crypto for a while. You know, in crypto historically, not happening using smart contracts on a blockchain, but like throughout crypto's history, people have said, hey, send me crypto and you'll get a new blockchain token in return. Ethereum itself was created through an ICO. It was like, hey, send us Bitcoin and you'll get Ether in return. There have been a number of different ICOs in history where people had raised money using crypto, and people basically crowdfunded it, right? Think of it as like crypto crowdfunding. And what was happening on Ethereum was, because there was now this programming language and these smart contracts, instead of like having these ICOs that were honestly based on trust, like I can't believe any of these ICOs like prior to this.
Right, because you could just
run off with the money.
There was many of them where I just remember this. This was mania at the time, right? You could invest, like people were investing hundreds of millions of dollars in these projects
on a hope and prayer.
Yeah, on a hope and prayer. They have have big vision.
Yeah.
And there's no regulatory disclosures or anything of that nature. But so there's just so much mania at that moment in time.
People were posting on like the Bitcoin Talk forums, like, send me crypto to this address, good things will happen.
Yes.
And like people did it. Like sometimes good things happened and sometimes they ran off with the money.
Yes.
Right. But what was happening on Ethereum by like late 2016, like early 2017 was, because of these computer programs, it was no longer based on this like hope and a prayer. You could like interact with a program on the blockchain and you could put your money in and you could get the token from it. And it was not like this like waiting game where you crossed your fingers and you were like, I really hope this guy like follows through on their promise.
Yes. When you built something very real and tangible with Compound.
Yes, and you know, I watched all these ICOs happening. It was like the first use cases for smart contracts that weren't blowing up, right? Like the DAO was this thing that like had a bug in it and ended horribly, but then people started using this new technology of like, you can program something on a blockchain for ICOs. And I said, okay, well, what else can you do with it? And you know, my wheels were spinning, and I just, you know, I went for a really long walk one day, through San Francisco, and I was like, just like trying to think about all the things you could do with this technology. And I probably went on like walks for like 4 weeks. And at the end of it, I was like, ICOs kind of solved this trust factor, right? Where like you didn't have to just like literally send someone crypto and like cross your fingers. You know, because of the computer program, you could like honestly like interact with people even when you didn't trust them, even when you thought something was shady or like the person on the other side was not to be trusted. And that's kind of the root of crypto in the first place, is like you can like solve coordination problems and all these trust problems with blockchains and computer code. And so I sort of looked at it from the ground up and I said, okay, well, what in crypto requires trust that isn't solved because no one has built yet? And for me, it was like lending crypto, right? It was like you still at this time had lots of people being like, I want to borrow crypto. I promise I'll pay it back. There had been so many experiments with this. All of them had ended in tears. And it was because like there was nothing that required someone to pay it back. You know, at best you had like a legal contract signed on like, you know, a PDF and like you had the courts, but that wasn't very crypto. But now with this technology to like program assets, I said, well, actually we can like enforce this on the blockchain using computer code. And like the way it would work is you could put your crypto in and then borrow something else. This is before stablecoins were invented. So like there wasn't that many people who like wanted to borrow crypto using some other crypto as collateral, you know, locked up with, you know, a computer program. But as soon as stablecoins basically like took hold, especially on the Ethereum blockchain, then all of it just made sense to myself and made sense to everybody, which was like, oh, what do you do with this? You put your crypto there and you borrow stablecoins against it, and no one's able to run off with the money on either side of this. It's all like enforced using a computer program. And suddenly you had a system that worked where even if the person you were interacting with was like a hoodlum and like wanted to steal your money, they couldn't. And so like suddenly there was a safe way to like put up your crypto, borrow money, or lend money to people using crypto as collateral.
I want to say, when I saw Compound, I thought it was one of the most innovative inventions ever, because for Exodus as a wallet, right, we have so much crypto in the wallet, and the crypto it's just sitting there, right? It's just sitting there, and you know, of course, people can spend, they can do their things with crypto, but they're still not putting that capital to work. And one of the most innovative things that you built with Compound is that it allows a consumer to come in, deposit their crypto, and also earn a yield on it. And so for us at Exodus, like early on, we had an integration with Compound, again, where the consumer could deposit crypto and actually earn some yield. And that was just such a very innovative thing that you built. And so it was just, from the consumer perspective, start to get more utility from crypto, it was just amazing.
Yeah, it was one of the first times you could like use your assets productively without the fear that somebody was just going to like run off with them.
Right. Yeah. So okay, so you're on the forefront. You've built Compound and a great product, and then now today you've built Superstate. Let's talk about, how did you come up with it? Did you take a bunch of walks again for weeks to come up with Superstate? Is that what you did? Like, talk about how you came up with the idea for Superstate.
Yeah. So it was like late 2022. This is after FTX had blown up. This is after Genesis had blown up. This is after BlockFi had blown up. This is after all these things in crypto had blown up over the last 9 months, really starting with Terra Luna and an unbacked algorithmic stablecoin blowing up. There was just this long domino effect of just things going wrong in crypto. And after 9 months of just watching all these dominoes fall and everything blowing up, I said okay, well, where is crypto really going to succeed, right? Where is it really going, and what does it take to get there? And as somebody that was the founder of a DeFi protocol that was honestly incredibly resilient and robust, everything in crypto had blown up, but these DeFi protocols hadn't, right? Compound hadn't lost anyone's money. It was still working just as good as it ever had. But everybody's excitement in the space had dissipated, right? Almost overnight. And I took another set of very long walks through the neighborhood, and I thought to myself well, what's going to make DeFi succeed? And to me, when I zoomed out and looked at DeFi, it had proven itself as this unbelievable proof of concept about how you could build a financial market that operated 24/7, 365 in an open source way where anyone could see how it worked. They could know that it's fair. They could know that no one can steal your assets. But the only assets that you could actually use in it were crypto tokens. It was you could use Ether in it. You could use wrapped Bitcoin. It was Bitcoin put inside an Ethereum token. You could use the Ethereum tokens of other DeFi protocols and projects. But there weren't that many assets that you could use in DeFi. And this applied to Compound. This applied to, Uniswap and automated market makers. This applied to all DeFi, is that the list of assets you could actually use it with was quite limited. It was only crypto native projects tokens. That's the only thing you could like put inside of DeFi. And as a DeFi founder, I sort of like took a step back and I thought about this and I said, well, what's the ceiling here? Like, how big can this actually get? Like, where's this going? And in my head, I was like, well, if we can't add new assets into this system, and the only thing we can use for like trading on a blockchain or like using as collateral to borrow lend on a blockchain are like these like 15 tokens and like whatever new token someone makes next week, I was like, it's not really going to scale. Like, we're not going anywhere. And so in my mind, like the next step would be, well, how do you take these properties of a DeFi protocol? You know, like these really awesome attributes of like, you can like safely let people like do financial activity on a blockchain and combine it with the biggest assets in the world, which is like the $700 trillion of stuff which isn't on a blockchain yet. Like, it hasn't figured out a way to like become a token to be able to interact with a DeFi protocol. And I said, well, actually, you know, that's the opportunity. It's like, how do we bring all assets onto a blockchain where they can interact with smart contracts, DeFi protocols, wallets, all of this new infrastructure?
And you started, okay, so you had this idea for Superstate. You said around 2022. When did you actually start the company?
April 23.
Jeez, okay, so you started Superstate with the thought of like, let's go out, let's tokenize a bunch of assets, let's bring real world securities on chain into an administration that was hostile to crypto. I mean, that's one of the most boldest things I've ever heard. So what made you decide to do that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it did seem like a crazy like suicide mission at the time, right? Like, I told people, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna like start a company in the US to take US securities and turn them into tokens and bring them on chain, like in the Gary Gensler like SEC. And everybody laughed me out of the room. In the same way they like everyone laughed Compound out of the room when I first proposed the idea, because like it sounded crazy at the time. You know, the thing that I'm relatively good at is like looking like 3 years in the future and seeing like, well, what's it going to look like? I'm not like a futurist who can predict like AI and predict things 10 years down the road. But like, you know, I basically thought to myself like, well, clearly we're going to turn the corner at some point, you know, like we can't have, you know, an environment where assets can't come on the blockchain. That's ridiculous. Like, I may as well get started on this now. And so I started in 2023, and our approach was like really simple to start. It was like, we just want to bring securities on a blockchain. And the simplest way to start was, how do we bring T-bills on the blockchain? You know, no one's going to lose their money in T-bills. No one has to worry about how volatile they are. Like, the government's not afraid of them. You know, it's a good like sandbox to figure out the mechanics of tokenizing an asset. Because up until this point, there'd been like experiments, honestly dating back all the way to like 2017, of like trying to tokenize, you know, assets or tokenize real estate or tokenize security or sort of like tokenize things and bring them on the blockchain. There'd been experiments. None of them had like really succeeded at scale. And so given that sort of like prior art, I said, well, let's start with something really simple that like we can wrap our head around and like understand what it takes, understand the advantages and the disadvantages and the easy parts and the hard parts, and like use this as our proving ground before we move on to like more complicated stuff.
Absolutely, and for us at Exodus, I mean, we tokenized our stock. It was in 2021, and we did it on Algorand. And to your point, I mean, as we've evolved our journey and story, you know, we wanted to do more with our tokenized stock. We wanted to think like, is it possible for, you know, people to trade stock on chain? Is it possible for people to take loans on their stock? How can we take advantage of, you know, not only the, you know, the great things of Algorand, but how can we use other chains? And again, not for the consumer to even care about. It's like, how do we maximize the utility that the chain offers for the investor, for the consumer? And so I think, let's see, you and I started chatting about a lot of these efforts and initiatives. I think, I don't know, 2024 maybe is roughly around that time.
Yeah, and you know, for the record, like you and Exodus were way ahead of everybody in thinking about like tokenized stock, right? Like Exodus is the first company that has had publicly traded stock on the blockchain, right? Like that is a really cool fact that I don't think the world gives Exodus enough credit for.
Well, thank you. I mean, I to me, I think, again, I think it's one of the coolest things in the world to actually give investors that power and opportunity. And so again, like one of the things, like you guys were just very forward thinking about this. Just talk a little bit about, talk about kind of 2024 and before we had the turn of an administration, what were the things that you were thinking about that you really wanted to make sure that investors could make happen by working with you guys?
Yeah, so the things that we wanted to make happen, we started off by, tokenizing funds, like, specifically private funds for accredited investors. And like we started here because, it was the most, regulatorily straightforward asset to tokenize. And that's where we thought we were going to be for a while. When the administration changed, we said, okay, now there's like finally an SEC that instead of trying to, annihilate everything having to do with crypto is actually trying to encourage people to use crypto and blockchains in productive ways. Like that was the ultimate sea change. And that accelerated our thinking on like how quickly we could come to market to work with, companies like Exodus. We thought we were fearful that we'd have to stay in like, private fund territory for a lot longer, potentially. But we always wanted to like bring every asset on chain. And part of that is having the right regulatory tailwinds, or at least open-mindedness, that finally, existed when, Atkins became the chair of the SEC.
So let's talk about that now. I mean, with the change of administration, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, like for Exodus, it's been, a great change for, and not just Exodus and Superstate, really about any company in the industry. Talk a little bit about, how you see things with the SEC, how things have changed for Superstate and the industry.
It's a 180, right? So, crypto as a topic should be bipartisan/nonpartisan. Like crypto is not, something that either side should be like excited about or trying to like crush, right? Crypto is a technology. It's, technology should be boring, right? At the end of the day. And, we basically, we had this unfortunate reality that like for whatever reason it became politicized, right? Like during the Biden administration, like he appointed the wrong people and they took the ball and they ran in the exact wrong direction with it.
Well, and everybody was so excited about Gary Gensler, the former SEC chair, coming in. They were so excited because he was an MIT professor that would teach courses on crypto.
Yeah,
there's videos of him, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. There's videos of him saying, talking about securities laws before being an SEC chairman, right?
People thought that, the prior SEC was hard on crypto. They were like, oh, well, Clayton, like they were cracking down on ICOs. Like Gary Gensler's going to come in and like open up the floodgates, right? And the exact opposite happened, surprisingly. And like, there's a lot of reasons, and I'm not going to speculate on why he detoured that hard, but it was a bad detour. And now, like, we're finally at a point where I think we have incredibly level-headed regulators who, everyone I think was hoping that, when there's a new administration, they'd be like, it's a free-for-all, it's the Wild West, like, go nuts, In a lot of ways, they haven't moved as quickly as I think some people have been hoping. They've been very measured and, like, level-headed in, like, introducing guidance and, like, new, like, policy recommendations and, helping to steer things in the right direction. But, there's still a lot of, like, to-dos. And, like, I think over the coming months, and, we're going to have more that gets unlocked by the SEC. But they're taking a very deliberate and methodical approach to like letting people sort of start to use the blockchain for securities and for traditional assets.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. Let's double click on that. So if I'm say I'm a company, not Exodus obviously, I'm a company and I want to put my stock on the blockchain. What do you tell me as a company is why should I care about putting my stock on the blockchain?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we're kind of in like what I would call like the beginning of the second act of, probably a 4-act play of, the tokenization of securities and companies like Exodus stock. So where we're at now today in America is, a company like Exodus, you can tokenize your shares, the same shares that are trading on the stock market. Those same shares can move between a brokerage wallet and a token on a blockchain. Like this has been proven out and it works. Those shares can interact with DeFi protocols in a limited way. Today for some issuers, we have DeFi protocols in Ethereum and Solana where they can take stock and they can borrow against it, right? This is something that I hope is unlocked for Exodus soon. You can borrow against it. We're almost at the era where for canonical shares in the US, the SEC will allow them to trade on decentralized exchanges or AMMs. This hasn't happened yet. They're sort of like rolling.
You have, I mean, and just can you give like maybe a sense of, are we a few months, are we a few years, and just however you feel comfortable answering that?
I would measure it in months.
Months, okay.
Not days and not years.
Okay.
But months. But we're at the point now where like soon we will hopefully have guidance on like how actual securities, the same one that's trading on the stock exchange, right, are going to trade on decentralized exchanges. They've been working up to this guidance. They've come out with guidance recently for, when is a website or a wallet a broker, right? Like very helpful guidance so that like people will be able to interact with these decentralized exchanges on blockchains. And like at some point soon, like I expect and hope that there's going to be additional guidance that's going to start to open the doors.
So now if I'm an investor, why do I ultimately care about this technology? I mean, it's like, well, I could have my stocks in Robinhood or E-Trade or things like that. Like, why do I really care as an investor to have my stocks on the blockchain?
Yeah, there's a few reasons. I'll list them out. So the first one is that, when you have your stocks in a brokerage account, it's not your name on the company's books and records. This is like, an abstract concept. Do you care if it's like, the DTC's name and then they record your broker's name and then your broker records your name? Like, not really. But, there's less risk and there's like, it's a little bit more old fashioned if you're directly on the company's books and records and they know who you are. It means like in the event of death or bankruptcy or all these things, there's a much more clear claim for the fact that you are the actual shareholder. And so, when you're tokenizing a share natively, like, we do with Exodus, you cut out a lot of middlemen in terms of recording the ownership. It's a way more direct relationship between you as an investor and the company. You're like on the company's official books. And that's really cool, even though it probably won't come up for most people. The second is that over time it's going to cut costs dramatically, right? When you start to cut out a lot of different middlemen and you sort of strip all that away and you have like, I am a token holder / shareholder and I can interact with a decentralized exchange or a decentralized borrow lend protocol, and it's just me and the like financial product, and it settles when I transfer the token, and like it's all happening on chain in my wallet. You're cutting out a lot of different layers of cost and friction and time and inefficiency, and that's going to lead to just cheaper everything, right? Like one of the best examples of like why can a blockchain offer something cheaper and better, the fact is like a computer program doesn't have any employees, right? That's a good thing and a scary thing, but like, computer programs running on a blockchain can build $100 billion things with like no offices, no real estate, no headcount, that work 24/7, 365, right? You don't need the same cost profile of like traditional financial services. You can have like radically efficient financial products. And so it's going to cut costs down. It's not a today thing, that's like a over time thing, but that's like happening right now. And lastly, there's portability, right? If I want to move shares, whether it's to JP as my friend or to like my cousin on his birthday or to a different broker or to a different way of like providing safekeeping, it's under my control. It takes like 2 seconds for me to change where it lives, as opposed to like today moving assets out of like a brokerage account is like really, really annoying.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the things for me when I think about it is like today, you hit it right there, is that like if I have stock in Robinhood, to transfer my stock out of Robinhood to another brokerage, it takes time. It takes days.
I mean, you'll probably just sell everything and then buy it.
Yeah, that's what people, and to me, that's crazy. Like, because we know, being more crypto native, if you have Bitcoin in Exodus or Coinbase or whatever it is, that you can easily just send and transfer the Bitcoin immediately. And I just think that's so cool as an unlock from the technology. In addition to that, like when you talk about having a direct relationship with investors, I mean, like just this morning, we had a board meeting, and one of the proxies, like shareholder meeting, and we voted on certain initiatives. And the whole voting process is very cumbersome, this traditional voting process, because our stock is still in some of the traditional areas too. And it's expensive, right? It's a 5-figure cost, but that's the cost that companies, if they lean solely on tokenized stock, like they don't have to bear that expense. And another thing that that hasn't been tapped into, and I think is just crazy exciting, is a world where you have that direct relationship with your investors in a product, right? Where you can have the product and you can ask your investors on a real-time basis how they are feeling about certain things. If they care about this, they care about that. You could survey them directly. Do you have other companies that are interested in these sorts of things?
Yeah, there's a lot of creative ideas out there. And
Yeah.
I think as a market and an industry, we've barely scratched the surface on any of this. Like the things you can do when, shares are just, tokens and they're zeros and ones and like you can actually move them around easily is something that like people's creativity hasn't really settled on yet. Everyone is used to this system where it's like 9 middlemen and you can't know who even owns the shares and you can't move them around. Everyone is stuck in that thinking. But when it's like they're tokens and you can know every single holder of those tokens, there's a huge aperture of new creative things you can do with them, right? Like you could, theoretically, make the Exodus wallet work differently for Exodus shareholders, right? You could theoretically, pay crypto dividends like directly to shareholders.
And we've talked about, Bitcoin dividends. Yeah.
At some point soon, I hope to break ground on that, right? There's a lot of things you can do when you have a direct relationship with the shareholder who's just a token holder. You know exactly what wallet they're in, so you can interact with them. You can communicate with them. There's lots of things you can do. You could theoretically distribute shares to your users. Like go the opposite way. Like, oh, you use Exodus, use it a lot, get some shares, right? You can do a lot, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Well, in closing, Robert, I really have always appreciated and respected your builder mentality and how forward-thinking you are. You'd mentioned earlier the ability to kind of see into the future 3 years or so. When you kind of think about that, think about this. Just give us a sense, kind of again in closing, that 3 years from now, what for you do you think is going to have the most impact?
I think the thing that's going to have the most impact is when we start to reach critical mass in terms of how many companies' shares are natively on blockchains and how much of those shares are natively on blockchains. Like right now, if you look at the stock market, it's like 0 point, it's in single-digit basis points about how much stock is tokenized on a blockchain. Let's just call it 1 basis point. It's really microscopic. When that number is 5%, right, or even 1%, which is on the way to 5. When it's 1%, suddenly we're going to start to see a much larger set of integrations from traditional wallets, from traditional banks, from everyone. Everyone's going to start to treat blockchains in general as first-class citizens for how capital markets work. You're going to start to see companies raising capital on blockchains, right? Right now they raise capital entirely through banks that underwrite some transaction. We're going to reach the point within 3 years where everything, financial services, capital markets, it's all happening on blockchain rails that run 24/7. And it's just it's a freight train that only goes in one direction.
Absolutely, and amen to that. And Robert, again, I've really appreciated, how forward-thinking you are and the partnership that Exodus has with Superstate. Thank you for coming out today and sharing this wisdom and knowledge with all of us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And after this, JP is going to tell people how I eat my steak and try to embarrass me.
That's good. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
Thank you, JP. Thank you, Robert. Now, for our final panel, we are finally talking about the AI elephant in every room, what AI means for stablecoins, for self-custody, and what needs to be built underneath all of it. That is what our next panelists are here to talk about. Matías Olivera, CTO of Exodus, Keith Grossman, president at MoonPay, David A. Johnston, open source contributor to Morpheus, moderated by Aubrey Strobel, co-founder of Halcyon. Please welcome the panel.
Hello, everyone. We have the fun panel, the AI panel. As many, I think all of us know, who are using these LLMs, AI has totally taken over the timeline. Everyone's talking about it, but I want to start simple. We've talked a lot about payments today. What is AI actually doing for payments today?
You want me to go
And
first?
anyone can
It's
start it
jump
off.
ball. It's
yeah,
jump
it's
ball.
jump ball.
Well, since it's public, this morning MoonPay announced the Moon Agent card, which is done in partnership with Exodus and Monavate. And essentially, about a month and a half ago, we launched our agentic payment solution. And we've seen incredible sort of uptake. It took about a month for the tool to get 1 million tool calls. Then after the month, it took 1 week to get the second million tool calls. It took 1 week to get the third million tool calls. It took 1 week to get the fourth million. So we're seeing it take off like this. Right now, it's really the primitives, right? It's buy, sell, swap, right? Trade is what you're seeing in terms of agentic payments and flows with MoonPay agents. But when you start to think about what is this Moon Agent card doing, it allows you to now move out of a stablecoin to stablecoin acceptance flow in the wallets, and it allows you to move and affix itself to the MasterCard network, right? So you could technically today set up your MoonPay agent to use this Moon Agent card with Exodus and Monavate to program it to buy milk if you wanted automatically. Why someone would do that, it doesn't. I don't know, but this is a very early stage. But you're starting to see these features roll out very quickly.
Yeah, and I think when I was listening to the other speakers, we're constantly talking about people. We put this in hands of people. People are going to be able to do this. People are going to be able to buy that. People are going to be able to tap their phones. And if you think about it, really the bottleneck for a lot of the things that we're doing and we're working on is people, right? And people, the payments need to move at the speed of people, right? They cannot move faster than people. But when you think about the relationship between people and agents, where a person can have infinite agents, right? They can have as many as they want, and they can spin up these entities that have agency, and that's why there's a lot of definitions of agents out there. But then you think about how payments are actually going to be able to move at the speed of machines, and that's, I feel kind of why everyone is really excited about AI and payments.
Yeah, I mean, just personally, I have 23 agents at this point, and they're doing most of my payments, right? And they're using APIs, they're paying for them with X402, they're going and grabbing data for analysis and other things that are in my workflows. So, and I think if we can think about it from a broader perspective, I expect 99% of future payments to be agentic. And so it's sort of table stakes now that you really want to be building towards this world where all of your tools are agent first. That's the documentation, that's the way in which it's served on the website. There's all these methods by which you can make it easy for agents to discover your tool and really, put it to work. And we're in such a fortunate position in Web3 because we've been building these primitives for 15 years now that are fast and settle instantly, right? And are really honestly built for AI more than they're built for humans, right? And I think what's happening is AI is taking away the friction from the smart contracts, from all the Web3 primitives, and people can just tell their agent what they want to accomplish, and the agent's going to use crypto because it's the fastest and cheapest way to get it done.
May
David,
just on one sentence on that, I think you just actually brought a really good point together, which is people like to say AI here, and they like to say blockchain here. And I would argue that AI and blockchain are two sides of the same coin, right? I had a great conversation. I want to give this guy credit because I don't want to steal his idea or his verbiage on it, but I actually thought it was so eloquent, which was John D'Agostino over at Coinbase made a comment to me once where he said, all AI is scalable intelligence and all crypto is scalable truth, right? Yep. And if you go against the backdrop of a world that's getting faster, more efficient, and cheaper, right? Like AI is speeding things up, and the blockchain is what is allowing sort of those transactions to happen at the speed that they need to take.
Yeah, and you, David, you mentioned something about discoverability of tools, and I really want to take that one step further, because if you think about this from the perspective of the merchants, right, the people like offering goods and services to the world, they are now, in this moment where they need to make a decision where, they need to really be thinking about exposing their catalogs of, whatever they are offering the world to agents, because it's happening now where agents being able to shop for people and discover catalogs and like price shop and compare, that's going to be massive, and it's like really transformative and revolutionary in the sense that people are gonna, like these merchants are gonna be able to very effortlessly create a new channel of sales, where from one day to the other now there is this infinite. You have 23 agents, right? And how many agents are going to be out there, with a world population of 8 billion, right? And like this channel of sales, it's really going to be very, very impactful.
I mean, it's very obvious that crypto has not been easy to use, and hopefully this user experience gets better for humans and also for the agents, right? I do want to touch on just a little bit of it sounds great, right? We all are very excited about this, talking about it on stage. Actually, a lot of the AI people feel that way about crypto, so that we have the AI people not loving crypto, we got the mainstream kind of hating AI. How do we sort of get to the place that we need to be?
I think you said it right there, because, you say crypto, and I think crypto is really the curse word, because, if you remove that word from the mix, then what you really have is, as Keith was saying at some point, it's like the primitives, right? The primitives that we are building, and all of a sudden we realize that we've built primitives that are more native, even more native to agents, and we're trying to make them for humans, and I don't want to, discredit all the work that Exodus has been doing about making the UX and, the apps more usable. But if you think about this, agents and the relationship between agents and humans is like natural language, right? It's very native to us in a way that crypto was never able to be, right? And then agents are machines, so crypto is really very native to them, and that's why I think just this mission of like making crypto more usable really has changed in the sense that agents are not really gonna care how to navigate the complexity of crypto because it's native to them, and then we just connect the dots, right?
I think. Look, remember like 1992, 1993, like. It's like, well, so you have to understand, when I was in media, I was the youngest person in my job. In crypto, I'm a crypto geriatric, right? Like, but like 1992, 1993, right? Like the whole conversation was your chip. It was, do you have a 386? Do you have a 486? How much memory do you have? What's your BPS and your modem? The number one ad campaign, just to take some people back, like in that time period, was Intel Inside. Everyone cared about Intel Inside. When the Pentium chip came out, which was technically the 586, it was the biggest deal on the planet. That all went away the second Steve Jobs held up an iPod and said 1,000 songs in your pocket. And people stopped talking about the tech, started talking about the experience. Think about 2002 when you got, the beginning stages of the high definition televisions coming about. Like I had one in 2002. The only channel I had, this is what I was telling you at lunch, the only channel I had on my first high definition television was the Discovery Channel. And my friends would come over to watch grapes and nature, right? And like, if you remember, year 2 of like that coming out and it evolving, like the HBO went on, high definition, and they didn't even know how to do the makeup on it, right? And The Sopranos looked like a disaster. A few years ago, I wrote this article about crypto, and it's on NASDAQ. It's called "Nobody Cares How Their Toilet Works." Here's the reality. If you go onto Wikipedia and you search, how does my toilet work? You get a 10,000-word article with 82 reference points, right? I guarantee none of you have thought about how your toilet works, okay? Nobody cares. That's what crypto is. That's what AI is, right? And like right now, we're in this weird phase where these technologies are coming about, and you get an overstated presence of them in the media in your face. But we're talking about the technology. We're not talking about the experiences that they're actually delivering. If you want a real experience and you want to see how crypto really works in a really meaningful way, and this was something that we were talking about earlier, I would, and this is where I would actually give credit to Exodus. Like, go and download Exodus Pay, right? And like, if you look, like, here's my Apple Wallet. This is how I use my phone already, right? Without anyone knowing that, I could literally go into my Exodus card, right? That is currently sitting there. It's a debit card on the Visa network with stables on it. Nobody knows. Like, I could literally hand this to a friend. I could give this to Aubrey and put $100 on it as a gift card. She has no clue that it's crypto, and it works the same way. She taps and it deducts. And like, by the way, that's the only way my mom is going to come onto this, is abstract away all of the complexities of the tech and allow people to see what the actual experience is. What people are going to see with AI, what people are going to see with crypto, is improved experiences. That's it, right? They're going to say, this is such a better experience. Nobody's going to care how it works.
Well, and I think that's the magic that happened in January. When you saw that open claw moment, engineers had those same capabilities for years, like 23, 24, 25. Claude was getting better and better and better. It was the moment that you could automatically talk with your agent through WhatsApp.
Yep.
You could connect it to Signal, and you're just chatting with it like any other employee. And you could pretend it was your chief of staff. You could pretend it was your personal assistant, and you just told it what you wanted. You never had to open a terminal. You didn't need to know what a terminal was. You could just use a messenger like you did in your normal life. And that's why it was such an amazing breakout moment, because I went to and spoke at some of those very first Claw events. You know who showed up? It wasn't engineers. It was executives. It was investors. It was VCs. It was family offices. It was lawyers. It was accountants. Anybody that wanted to use these tools but hadn't been able to get over that technical barrier before.
And the reality of both of these technologies is, like, when you don't, the challenge crypto's had is it's the worst marketed technology on the planet, right? Like, it is, right? And it doesn't focus on the benefits as much. And it takes, it's maturing as a technology. But the reality is when people don't understand something, they tend to value it down to zero, right? And then they dismiss it. And so a lot of people, because they've been turned off by things in crypto, value it at zero. That's different than AI, where people are literally petrified that AI will take their jobs, right? And so people are digging their heels into it because they're saying, oh my God, I'm rendered useless because of this new sort of existence, and I don't understand how to navigate it, right? And so I think that, like, the challenges both have is people are coming to light with, like, not knowing how to navigate this moment in time. And, like, people want to say, this moment in time is different, but it's not. Like, it's a paradigm shift, and we've seen this before. Yep. Sorry, I feel like I'm like long-winded, right? But it's like,
well, yeah, I think some interesting things were said here. I mean, 23 agents, first of all, is who's counting? Like, that's a bit crazy.
I'm kind of disappointed. I expected more from you.
I thought I'd have over 100 by now.
Me too.
Well, and payments are something that, like, let's be honest, payments sometimes don't feel great. Like, payments, something transactional. But there are some human sides to making a payment that you still want to do. I was on a panel in Arizona, and someone said, well, if I want to get a gift for my friend, I could just use my agent to get it. But, like, don't you still want to, like, think of your friend and be a thoughtful person? Don't you just want to automate away the things that you don't want to do, like paying your utility bill or like doing some of the more menial tasks? So it's like, where is that line from, like, a human level versus something you don't want to do anymore?
Well, I think I would take that, also one level further and say, there's AI as a technology, it's just like empowers us to do more of the things that we like doing and less of the things that we don't like doing, right? And like a little bit of what you were saying, David, where, as an engineer myself, I have experienced this, just moment where I was like, holy crap, what do we have here in front of us? And it was also, January 2026. And, I always loved coding and I always loved building products. And but what I didn't know is what was it that I liked about that, right? And like when I gave AI kind of like really an opportunity with, Claude and like really trying to build something from scratch, I realized that I had, not spent like a single full minute inside my, code editor. And now I look back and I look back at the thousands of lines of code that I wrote over the years. And I'm like, did I used to write all these by hand, like letter by letter, word by word? And it's just like crazy to think about that today. And, what you were saying, it's like, I think this is really, as a tool, this is really uncovering a new skill set that you need in people. When you look inside your company, when you look inside your team, when you look inside your life, what things I enjoy doing and what things, I want to delegate. And, 3 days ago, I was telling you about this, and like we launched this agent in Slack. Slack is the messaging app that we use to collaborate in Exodus. It's a remote company, so all of our work life, and sorry I'm extending too long with this, but I think it's really juicy. We were talking with JP, and how do we make our people more productive? How do we make our people just do more and produce more value while using these tools? And like the paradigm shift for me was when I realized that you don't have to force people to use these tools, right? Like before, engineers used to use Claude to write code, and like the question was like, what if Claude is writing all the code now, and people don't have to use Claude? It's like Claude writing the code and engineers reviewing the code. So that set me and the team on a mission to build this agent where anyone in the company, in the messaging app, can ask Neo, it's the name of this agent, hey, Neo, I want to solve this issue. I want to build this feature. I'm frustrated with this aspect of the product, and then see it come to life. And, a few minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, come with, the feature built. And that's been highlighting how, some people that you have in the company just were handicapped by their ability to actually build and produce the code. And you start seeing how, the skill set that you want in the future is more about, the analytical thinking, about the product thinking, about the customer-centric thinking, about the proactivity, about the creativity to solve, and there is a lot of people in our company that have those traits, and you see them interacting with this bot, right? And it doesn't matter if you're an engineer or not. And this is telling us a lot about, how it's transforming work as well.
Yeah.
Did you want to add anything, David?
Well, just very clearly, like you're saying, the bottleneck has shifted from the time it takes me to execute something to the time it takes me to describe what I want to execute.
100%.
Right? So articulating that outcome, polishing what the agent creates, like that's most of my time at this point, because you might develop the specifications and the outcome you want for an hour, and then it takes 15 minutes for the agent to actually build it out and then look at the result and really...
Which used to be the slowest part.
Which
right?
used to be the slowest part, right? You would come up with an idea and it would take you a month to build it.
Yeah.
And now, effectively, the only bottleneck I have is, being able to articulate to my agent what I want to exist, right? Which is really wonderful, right? Because I've got this huge backlog of ideas and thoughts I've wanted to effectuate over the years, and now I can sort of empty that backlog and just push it into reality.
But going back to your question for 1 second, right? Like, I think you're right. But like the human element is increasingly important, right? So think about it this way. Let's start with what's the impact of like these AI technologies on jobs and employment, right? Like the reality is it's going to be incredibly disruptive. I'm sorry, like it will. And like, there's going to be a lot of people in the beginning of their careers, right? Like coming out of college in the first few years that are going to be faced with the fact that things are going to have to be automated and they're going to have to figure out how to come out of it, right? And then there's going to be people later in their careers that are going to have to figure out how to use these tools as superpowers and then how to implement them. The people who don't evolve with them are essentially commoditized, and the people who evolve with them, like, actually become more valuable to the companies and to the organizations that they come. And the reason I bring this example up is because you asked this question about payments and the human aspect of payments, right? I think that to your point, and you allude to it as well, right? Like, there's going to be certain low-level payments that you're never going to want to have to think about that like will happen and we'll take care of it. This is not, you shouldn't think about this through the extreme of now that this technology is here, like we don't have to do anything, we hand it all over to the bots. We're going to stage into it, right? We're only like in the beginning stages of it. But like, I think that you're going to find that the things that are going to be replaced are going to be the annoyances, and the things that are going to become more valuable are going to be the things that are extraordinarily personal, right? Yeah. And like the human element in this transformation actually becomes increasingly important.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting to watch evolve, just because with, you know, all technology and also working in the media, there's always that one story that something goes rogue, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be an AI agent, remember this, that like buys somebody a yacht accidentally. Yep. And like, who's liable in that situation? Like, this sounds great, but that's a lot of trust for your grandma, your dad, or your uncle to be like, okay, let this bot do it for me. But like, what is your answer? Because that will happen.
It will.
And it will be a headline somewhere. It might not be a yacht. It could be something else.
Hold on. Yesterday, the state of California, right? Yesterday, the state of California passed legislation that said that they could ticket autonomous vehicles.
Like Waymo.
Yes, like a Waymo. Okay, explain how this one's going to work. Right? Yeah. So like, if you have autonomous Tesla cabs and the governor of California doesn't like Elon Musk, could he technically have people out there pushing them like a little past to the point where he could just start to fine these autonomous Tesla vehicles so that way Tesla is responsible for it? Like, nobody knows where this is going to go. What I would say is look at like any moment in time that like there's a huge paradigm shift, right? Mm-hmm. The one that I like to reference the most is like 1879 to 1904. I told you I was a geriatric in this space, right? But it's like, but like, here's what happened. Between 1879 and 1904, the airplane, the light bulb, the telephone, and the automobile were all invented, right? So picture that 25-year period, the airplane, the light bulb, the telephone, and the automobile. So if you died in 1878, you don't know those inventions. And if you were born in 1905, you only know those inventions, right? Like, where we are today with AI and these blockchain technologies is we're like kind of like in 1910, where a lot of people are like, you know what, that automobile thing is amazing, but I'm going to stick with my horse right now. And that's fine. Because we don't know what the second, third, fourth order of magnitude impacts of these technologies are. And what you said is 100% going to happen. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind.
But I do think it's a valid question. I think people in the audience are probably like, yeah, I maybe I am interested in using an agent, but if it does go rogue, I don't want my money just being sent.
So this is why the MoonPay Moon Agent was so important. So up until us launching the MoonPay Moon Agent, like, it was your wallet that you had to actually fill up with a certain amount of crypto. And so that means that it could be drained down to zero if something went wrong. Now I feel like I'm a great ad for Exodus. This is a fantastic one, right? What this partnership with Exodus and Monavate enables is you're able to predetermine what the debit card amount is for the agent to use. So if you say you're only enabled to use $25, it can only go up to $25, right? And like, that is, and on the Visa network or on the MasterCard network. And that's an important shift, because now all of a sudden it's not take an arbitrary amount and put it into a wallet and then let the agents determine it. Now you're actually setting the amount and allowing it to transact with a cap as to what the maximum amount.
Yeah, and the reason why that's it's just kind of like so powerful is because you can create cards as you create like email accounts today, right? Like, before it's like, oh, I have to go to the bank to get my card, and then it's like my single card that I'm working to get the credit spending limit, as high as I can, and then is that the same card that I need to give my agent? No. right? Like the technology that we have and we're building, and the partnerships that we're creating are all about just the simplicity of unlocking all these new ways of using the same or interacting with the same financial products that we've been interacting for years, just way better, right? I can click a button and create a new card for my fridge that we were talking about, that to buy the milk, right? And this card is going to have a set of policies that is going to allow this card to spend at the grocery store, and in this category, I mean, you can even give your dietary preferences to the fridge, and it can buy for you, the amount of the percentage of protein and fat you want to eat. Right?
So this is what we were talking about earlier today at lunch, which was, remember when like the Internet of Things was emerging and people were like, oh, you'll get an email from your fridge that you ran out of milk, right? Okay, like this is like a real example. Like, and LG came out with the fridge that was like, hey, like, and I'd love that, like an email like fridge@lg.com, like to Keith, like, right, like, hey Keith, you ran out of milk, right? But now imagine, like, I literally can set up a debit card, right, for my fridge, and I say to the fridge, I'm going to give you a budget of $500 a month for groceries. And here are the groceries that matter as staples in my household. And as I go down and I'm running out of milk, or I'm running out, like, I don't drink a lot of milk, I drink a lot of coffee and seltzer. So it's like I'm a 90-year-old, right? Like, but like as I'm running out of seltzer, instead of it sending me the email, it just orders the seltzer and it deducts from my debit card because it ultimately can transact in addition to anything else, right?
Sure.
So I think like that's how, like one example of like my mother using like this debit card, where she wouldn't know that it's crypto, she wouldn't know that it's anything. It's just that the fridge is attached to sensors. The sensors determine that you're down low on something. You've already given it a budget allocated, and it orders it for you, and it shows up.
And I think you touched on a very important thing, which is like, what are we actually building in this world, right? And it's like, the agents are very non-deterministic. Like, you're having a conversation with an agent, you don't know, what can happen. The agent can go rogue. And like, so what we're building is like the policies that we put in place so that the when your home's fridge want to go rogue and evolve into being a yacht fridge, and want to buy a yacht with the credit card that you gave it, it's going to say, no, you're going to stay a fridge at home.
You're a fridge, not a
yacht. Yeah. You're not going to be able to travel the ocean.
Well, the exciting thing for me is the primitives that you just described are going to enable a world where I'm telling my agent, hey, I want to ride across town to the hotel. And instead of going to a fat incumbent like Uber, right, who's become extremely rent-seeking. I don't know if you guys know this, but Uber went from charging 2% on the fee. Today they charge 60% on the fee. And they're basically doing that to just process the payment and have a database of riders and of drivers. Like, that's insane, right? They've become the taxi cartel that they replaced, 10, 20 years ago. And so I think there's so many examples where this technology, where I can take the intent of my agent, I can connect it to that payment primitive. Now, all of a sudden, I don't need that intermediary. I don't need that rent-seeking involved. So I think I'm more excited and less worried about people getting replaced. I'm happy to displace these fat incumbents, which are taking most of the money away from that driver and away from that user, just to sit there as a middleman.
So we'll see. We'll see about this yacht situation. I do think it's going to happen, though.
It will happen.
It will happen.
If they are not using
MoonPay. Okay. We might only have room for one more question, and time flew by. I want to get your guys' predictions that you're willing to bet on right now about AI. In the next year, when we come back to the Exodus Summit, we'll reflect on these. But what is something that you're willing to bet on right now with AI? And maybe we start with David.
I think one of the biggest things is we've only seen the tip of the iceberg with the OpenClaw moment. That was really sort of early adopters who were non-engineers getting access to it, but there's still a lot of friction to getting an agent. I think in the next 12 months, most of that friction will go away. And getting an agent will be a single click or a single conversation. and a text. And so I think you're going to see agents continue to proliferate, and they're mostly going to be using these primitives. So yeah, May 2027, maybe there's 10, 20 million people today with an agent. I wouldn't be surprised if that is 100 million or more by next year.
Wow.
Oh man, so many. I guess, in the same line as that, kind of I think about this in like two ways. One way is the external way in which AI can, transform industries and transform, our lives. And then the other one is the internal, when you're thinking about, your company, your workforce and everything. And for the external, I think, AI is gonna not just replace a lot of the incumbents, but it's also gonna eliminate a lot of the issues that we have today that, all of these companies were born to solve, and it's going to expose, a whole lot of new bottlenecks that we're going to go tackle next. And I don't know if it's going to happen in the next 12 months, but probably. But when we're talking about the fridge, or we're talking about, the Uber situation, I can only help thinking about, what's going to happen with, after we disrupt, we disrupted payments, and we disrupted, the ability to move money at the speed of, machines. Then, how are we going to disrupt the ability to move goods across the world, as fast as, these DoorDash, delivery guys are shipping you the pizza, right? So that's one of the things. And then internally, I think, it's just going to disrupt entirely how, we think about the skill set that we need to hire people, and we need to retain people, right? And like when I'm thinking about hiring an engineer, like, and maybe I'm not even looking at their code anymore, right? And maybe I'm looking at their, how they think about a problem, how they think about, the customers, how they think about the product. And maybe it's not even called an engineer anymore in the future, right? That's how, how much things can change over the next years, because I think this is truly a revolution, as some other revolutions that we've seen in the history.
I don't make predictions.
Okay.
But can I give one bit of advice on that?
Sure, fine.
Since I'm not
we'll
gonna
let you give advice.
on this. Like when I say the word atomic, how many of you in this audience, I'm just, because the lights are there, like how many of you when I say the word atomic think bomb? Can you just raise your hand? And how many of you think clean nuclear energy? Okay, so 2, 3 of you. Okay, my point is that like everyone's very fearful of this technology. People's brains go towards the negative when they don't know something. Like that's why I give this example of the atomic sort of like prompt. If you like TED Talks, watch this TED Talk by Kevin Kelly, who's one of the founders of Wired, called "The Future is Defined by Optimists." And I think it will change your perspective on how you're consuming information and how you will open your mind up to how the world is changing. If I had to make a prediction as it relates to, hold on, I was going to say to Exodus, I would say I think that the Monavate acquisition would probably going to be the most transformative thing that happened to this organization. I think it's an amazing sort of moment to capture payments and evolution in this thing. So I think you're right. And I think that this is going to be huge.
And where can everybody find you guys? Online?
Leave me alone.
At the conference? At the conference.
A year later.
Keith loves people. Please, please.
I actually love Aubrey. I'm at Keith Grossman on X and Instagram.
I'm actually not very findable, so you can find me in the real life. No, not because of that. I don't know. I just like organic.
I tend to build a lot of open source, so I'm always on X talking about that. D Johnston EC is my handle. But I think really what we've covered today, I can't overemphasize how important it is that people lean in, understand this topic, and get to the point where they've got access to freedom of intelligence and they have a self-sovereignty over their AI. This will be an extension of your brain. And the key with Exodus and what crypto has built is if you can own that private key, you can have access to that future, right? Not your private key, not your AI. Like people are going to learn that the hard way or the easy way. And so I think the work that we've done the last 15 years has really set the groundwork for there to be a very optimistic outcome for AI.
Fantastic. Well, I'm more bullish agentic payments after this panel. So round of applause for our panelists. Thank you guys for joining me.
All right, thank you to our panel. Now we'll take 25 minutes and be back at 2:40 for something you're going to want to be in the room for. The full Exodus leadership team plus Monavate CEO Michael Rolph on stage together taking your questions. I will see you at 2:40.
The program will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats. Please find a seat. The program will resume in 2 minutes. Please take a seat and turn your mobile devices to their off or silent mode. The program is ready to begin.
Summits. The Exodus leadership team is on stage together with Monavate CEO Michael Rolph, and the next section belongs to you, your questions, your answers. Now, I'm going to invite the team to join me on stage, and we're ready when you are.
Okay, we got a lot of people on stage. Before we get into it, I'm going to give each panelist an opportunity to just introduce themselves and say a little bit about what they do. Why don't we start in the front row?
I'm Ain. I've been with Exodus for 8 years now, and I live in Dubai.
That work? Okay, all right. I'm James. I'm from Wisconsin, and I just, anybody know Bob Uecker on the old commercials? That's kind of what I feel like right now. Must be in the front row. So I've been 7 years, not as long as Ain. So go ahead.
I'm Matías, Olivera. I am from Uruguay. It's like about 15 hours by plane south. I am the CTO of Exodus, and I've been with the company for 7 years.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the CEO of Monavate. I've been with Exodus for about 24 hours.
At Exodus, I've been with the company for about 4 years now, and I am from Canada.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gerardo. I'm the Chief Security Officer. I'm from Italy, as you can see from my name and my accent. And I've been with Exodus for 1 year.
Hi, I'm Shoshi, and I'm the VP of Customer Support at Exodus. I've been with Exodus for 7 years, and I'm originally from Singapore, but I live in Texas now.
I'm Aoife Fortin. I'm the Director of People Ops, born in Ireland, but I'm from New Hampshire, and I've been with the company for about a year.
Fantastic. And JP was supposed to join us on stage, but he is a CEO and he's busy taking, calls and doing deals. So we're excited to have all of you guys on stage. So let's dive into it. We can start with James. Question we have here is, can you walk us through how you actually make money across banks and Monavate stack and what that looks like at scale?
Wow, must be an analyst. Went through that, and it's very nice to have some help, with Michael here. He can definitely go into even more detail. Obviously, the general idea is, when you issue a card, Exodus, take Exodus Pay, my favorite example. You swipe that card, and the beautiful thing from a CFO perspective, and maybe not so much from a tech perspective, but traditional finance, there's so many intermediaries, and each single one of those intermediaries, there's touch points or revenue generation points, and so now we have that ability to go in there. So whether that's interchange, processing, interest on funds, because it's a different system than we have right now. And the other thing is, so when Exodus Pay, when that launches, and we have we look at the TAM and we look at the number of opportunities to get more users. More users equals more cards equals more swipes equals more transactions equals more times to touch all the different intermediaries and clip some revenue. Michael, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I mean, I would say that there are roughly 50 different charging points that we have in the Monavate business model for the services we provide. Interchange is one of the big components of that, which is what James references, what flows through a transaction process. And on the bank side as well, you've got the sort of the additional account service fees that would associate with moving money, although it's an on-chain transaction, at a certain point it's obviously flowing into the fiat system as well. So yeah, it's a very robust commercial model that we're able to deploy. And it's highly customizable relative to the opportunity of the customer that we're working with.
Thank you. Next question, potentially Letitia or Shoshi could answer this on customer support as a competitive advantage. Exodus often talks about trust and user experience, but investors usually discount customer support as a cost center. What is your approach and how does it translate to competitive advantage?
Yeah, when customers run into friction with the app and it gets resolved by great customer support that exceeds their expectations, they don't just stay, they become even more loyal, more committed to the product because they've received an experience that surpasses anything else that they've encountered from other companies. We had a customer that contacted our support desk about a card problem. We escalated the case, resolved it, and had the pleasure of going on a Zoom call with him. During that conversation, we learned that he was about to make a major purchase when the card problems cropped up, and that actually delayed the process for his purchase getting fulfilled. And as a result, he had to absorb some additional unforeseen opportunity cost. When we heard that, we did something that most other companies probably won't do. We sent him a gift in ExoCash to his pay card because we wanted to make up for the experience, but also because we believe in making things right for the customer. He was not expecting that, and in fact, he was very grateful, and in his own words, unprompted, told us that this was far above and beyond any customer service that he's ever received. And that's not just a satisfied customer, that's an advocate, because he went and told his friends and family after that about Exodus. And he has reference points for this type of customer service being better than any others he's received because he used to work in a bank and he's tried almost every card, out there, Crypto.com, Coinbase, and he still chose Exodus and stayed with Exodus over even the Cash App and PayPal was if I recall correctly. So that's a very different model from the kind of traditional cost of acquisition for a customer through a marketing ad or a campaign. But that's what the support queue produces when it's done right. We're not just resolving customer issues, we're converting them into lifelong customers, and then they bring others along with them to the product, and that's our competitive advantage.
And I just want to build on what Shoshi shared because I think it points to something even bigger about how Exodus operates. I remember 2 years ago, and it feels just like yesterday, the leadership team, we got together in a room in Chicago and we rebuilt our core values from the ground up. And one of the values we picked, and I would say probably the most important value we picked that day, was customer obsession. And not because it sounded good, but because we looked around and we realized that it already described how the best people in our company operated. And you can see that in how the company's built. We don't just have, customer support sitting on the sidelines. Our customer support team is so integrated with our product team. And in fact, we've had almost 30 people come out of our customer support team that are now in different areas of the business, in engineering, in product, and even in the leadership team. And I think that's because we deliberately elevate those who truly listen and deeply understand our customers. I think that matters now more than ever, especially with moving from wallet to a payments and daily utility platform where we're not just asking people to hold their money with us, but to send and spend and manage and build their wealth with us. I think trust means everything, And one of the greatest things that we do to build that trust is putting our customers first always. I think other companies in the space are just starting to figure that out, but that's a standard we've been building towards since day one.
Fantastic. I have an AI question here. And we just spoke about AI, but AI is being addressed or adopted aggressively across the industry. What is Exodus's approach to staying at the bleeding edge of AI capabilities? And how are you maintaining a secure internal posture at the same time and protecting against external AI-driven threat models?
Okay, so first, I was listening to JP's keynote today, and I was thinking, not because I was bored of the keynote, it was great, but the mind works in curious ways sometimes. And I was thinking about this analogy where, AI is, as a technology, AI is like electricity, right? And it has a lot of power to transform what we do, right? And what it means for our jobs is, I'm constantly thinking, what are we building ourselves and internally to make our people more powerful and more productive, and what are we delegating to or waiting for these not waiting but just knowing that these platforms like the underlying Claude, OpenAI are just going to get better, right? And that's a very hard question to answer because you don't want to go down building another electricity competitor. You want to be thinking about building what are the tools that a pre-electricity era I can now power with this new technology to make me more productive. So I grab like a screwdriver and I say, oh, before I was able to put 10 screws per minute, and now I'm able to put like 100, right? And that's a 10x productivity gain. But we need to be finding these screwdrivers to build for our people, because it doesn't stop at what we're already doing, which is giving everyone access to Claude. But we also need to give people the right ways for using these tools so that they can get 10x productivity and not 10x garbage, because that's the power of these technologies. So that's what we're investing on. 2 years ago, we created this team to build us these screwdrivers, and then we hand these screwdrivers to Gerardo team so that we don't drill ourselves through the hands or anything like that. So.
Yeah, thank you for the, I guess, the screwdrivers. So, yeah, I guess to add to Matías, and the second part of the question was about how do we maintain a secure posture, as well as how do we mitigate external threats that are now powered by AI. So from an internal standpoint, Matías mentioned that we have a team. So my team, the security team, has been working very closely with this team in integrating all these screwdrivers in everything we do. Start with engineering, because that's where the initial value came from our work and experimentation within the company, but also now everywhere else. Pretty much every company, every team within Exodus leverages AI in one way or another, from automating workflows to even supporting customers, as well as producing product features. We just released a tool that enables everyone in the company to ship features in the product. So how do we do that? We have been pretty deliberate on the rollout of these tools. Before, during the AI panel, we talk about agents going rogue and spending a bunch of money on behalf of the users. So we're kind of approaching the same way with internal tooling. So we know where AIs exist, our agent exists. We know what they can do. We know what they cannot do, and we provide safe environments for everybody to use these agents in the most secure and safe way. So that's one of the internal, from an internal point of view. From an external point of view, what we're seeing in the industry is that attackers and cyber attacks in general, they are cheaper and quicker to execute. So we're seeing social engineering. We see like fake videos, fake interviews. So not just on the technical side, but also connected to the human aspects of technology and what we do. And being a remote company, we are very susceptible to it, because we have to kind of take it at Zoom value, not just a face value, who we hire. Of course, there is all sort of checks that we do before and after we proceed with hiring, and we work very closely with the people team on this. But yeah, I think that another thing that we're seeing is the cost of exploiting vulnerabilities, not just finding them, exploiting them. We see like automated attacks are very fast in spreading. So all of this is definitely an increased risk for the company. And the way we're approaching this is that we're effectively leveraging the same techniques and tools that attackers are leveraging out there internally. So we kind of attack our own systems in the same way that attackers would do. And that gives us it's always an arms race, right? Who gets there first? But at least, by doing it, we many times we get there first and we solve problems before they actually become real problems and impactful for Exodus. And I think another thing that is important that we're focusing on is that AI moves very fast, and so we cannot just wait and see what the AI does and react to all these issues and threats, but we take a very strategic approach into addressing large amount of risks by eliminating completely vulnerabilities and weaknesses in our systems, so that AI, even if there is a problem down the line, we are better prepared, not only in preventing, in responding, and then mitigating in case anything goes wrong.
Thank you. I believe this is an analyst question. Monthly active users have been relatively steady. What are the main levers to get user growth going, and how should we think about growth from users versus monetization per user? Ain or James, probably.
Let me start, and this is going to be a weird train of thought, so bear with me. I was listening to the beginning here, and I knew pretty much where everybody was from. But it was pretty interesting to me, and I was thinking about the business and it's not only just the people in it and how we run it, but our user base right now, which is where I'm going to tie everything back. But I mean, you think about it. I think you said you were born in Ireland, so I think that makes me the only native-born American on the panel here, right? And so, so if you think about that diversity, if you think about that worldwide, I mean, I don't think any of us maybe from the same country, frankly. I mean, Aoife, lives here, but. So if you think about it from that perspective, and then you think about our user base, it's mostly outside the U.S. I mean, it's 66, 75%, depending on what the users are doing, right? And so that really allows us to have that user base that we've built, that consistent, steady 1.5 million, 1.6 million MAUs. That is a real strength with that going into Exodus Pay. That user base is international, and so if I, I go down to, everybody laughs at me, but I go to Mexico a lot. I really like Mexico, so I go down there. I'm not using, my wife and my family, they're not using Venmo, right? But guess what they can use now? They could use Exodus Pay. And so, so that is a great starting point for us. To take all of the new Monavate tools, the Exodus Pay that we're building, and it really just is a great starting point. So Ain, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I'll say that MAUs are actually now, it's not the KPI that you're chasing anymore. Like the KPI that we're looking at right now is monthly transacting users. Are we actually creating habits? Are we actually delivering value to our customers? So the question will always be like, how can we create great experiences that keep users in so that they feel good and it feels right again? So as far as growth goes, so today we have ExoCash. That's, I want to say it's one of our biggest growth levers going forward, and distribution through MoonPay. That will be powerful as well. Launching globally, when we launch in Argentina, when we launch in Nigeria, when we launch in these different countries, and we solve some real pain that's there, we can achieve like levels of growth that we cannot see, like we have never achieved before. So I'm excited about again just expanding beyond like the US and the focus in the US. One thing that I will add here as well is that when we look at competition, and as though although it is healthy, I would say, again, we are no longer competing on actions. Like, how can we build great experiences that keep users in, and when balances stay, we are competing on that, on the default money account. Like, how can we create a great experience to keep the users in? So one balance, and then we build the features around it, and we keep adding utility around it, and we make it useful. And again, solve the real pain per geo, per country. Yeah.
And now a question on people, culture, and compliance. Crypto started as a rebellion to institutions. Now you're a public company with SEC obligations. How do you build the people operations for the company Exodus is becoming without losing the DNA that made the product matter in the first place?
Great question. I would say crypto is built on a belief system, a set of principles about who should control your money. That's exactly why Exodus exists. It's to empower individuals to control their lives in a digital world. And that didn't change just because we were listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Neither did the DNA that built this company, and we protect our DNA with every hire we make, every decision, every day. I would say the people function is built on 3 core values. It's getting the right shit done. Sorry for my language. Extreme ownership and customer obsession. As you've seen here today, we've talked a lot about that. Our users trust us with financial sovereignty, and that's something we take incredibly serious. They aren't just like a poster on a wall or things to put in a PDF. They really are a hiring bar. It's something we value very much in how we even hire, how we internally promote. We have it embedded in all of our processes. And we are borderless. You see a lot of return to office mandates and cluster hiring. We are in 50 countries. Our workforce speaks 60 languages. And it's not because we engineered it that way, it's just we don't have borders. We really look for the best talent wherever you are in the world. And with that, you know, our talent bar is also really high. We just truly hire for ownership and within our core values. And our culture, it didn't happen by design. It was really about building intention and aligning to those core values. And we really believe in just mental health, physical health, investing in the whole person, not just, you know, I don't know. It's really about making it, doing your best work and just having really the best people on the team, wherever you are. We believe in impact, not activity. I think that's really important. It's really just about doing the best work possible. And with AI, we have a new skills gap. And so we're really investing in our workforce, whatever tools they need, internal, you know, education. We're adding it to our hiring processes. And while AI agents are useful, they're not quite on the payroll yet. And compliance is just built into that. You know, it's something we take seriously, being a publicly traded company, but they were also embedded in our processes prior to being public. So to answer the question, our DNA has really just stayed the same. It's just we're more visible now.
I also want to give like a testament to what Aoife was just saying, because, you know, self-custody, I feel like we don't talk about it as much as we probably should at Exodus. Self-custody from a technical point of view is very hard. And, you know, you see from the outside that, you know, we acquire all these, you know, compliance now, you know, with the moves that we're doing in order to stay competitive. But really what you don't see is that we have remained really truly, you know, loyal to our self-custody values. And everything that you want to do from a technical point of view pretty much is 100 times harder because we want to make it self-custodial, right? It would be very easy to have everyone's private keys in our servers and, you know, just move money, we create limit orders, you know, just when we're thinking about these things, you know, there's always a healthy tension between, you know, what we're doing in compliance technology product, where we're trying to keep that value true for our customers. And that's something that's always been part of the company since the very beginning, and since I joined almost 7 years ago. And even when we're thinking about agentic wallets, we're not thinking about it from, hey, we have all this money here, our agents can tap into it. We're thinking about truly giving delegated agent custodial wallets to the agents, so they truly have the funds, so that no one can stick their hands into that money and take it from you or from your agents.
Can I add even more on that one? I would say that I think that just being a public company, yes, crypto has this rebellious streak, but I think that there is actually some allure for public company from the exodus in the crypto mindset. So, one of the things that is, that crypto people love is they talk about transparency, and you can see things on the blockchain, and so if you think about public reporting, yeah, it costs a lot of money, and it's a lot of work, but it is a commitment to transparency to our folks internally, our investors, and then generally the world, right? And so I think that especially that transparency one, that value is something that's very helpful. There's talk about going to a 6-month cycle, and I think that for us internally, we would rather do it. We definitely don't want to go off quarterly reporting, but we've gone and we've added monthly. We do a monthly press release with updates, right? We want to be, generally we want to be more transparent, rather than less. So I think that that although it's all, maybe that is the rebellion, that we want to give more information, not less. I don't know.
Anyone have anything else to add? No, that was great. They need to make mics for taller people. I feel like I'm trying to juggle, I don't know what's going on here. Okay. As stablecoins become more widely used, where do you see the biggest monetization opportunities? And then this can be for anyone. But maybe James?
I like money.
Seems like you're the money guy.
Yeah. Man, there are so that's kind of it's a wonderful problem, and it's also a challenge, right? Because you can make money. There's going to be people that are going to make make money in ways that we haven't even thought about, right? And agents that are going to make money in ways that we haven't even thought about, using stable coins and things of that nature. So I think you can think of just besides all of the things we talked about all day today, right? I think there's things we haven't talked about are there's opportunities on different blockchains. There's anything that exists in the financial world, in the traditional financial world nowadays, can almost certainly be done faster, better, cheaper, or just eliminated thanks to stablecoins. And so from that perspective, if anything that you can think of that involves money, it will move to a stablecoin, and there'll be and then an AI to just 100,000 exit, and it's going to go from there. So.
Yeah, I'll add also that basically the biggest opportunity here is liquidity itself. Think lending, loans. With our own system, we can do Bitcoin-backed loans as well, where you can get some cash by locking your Bitcoin, for example, all self-custodial. We take this to the next level with all the traditional money applications, insurance, inheritance. How do we, even mortgages and financing homes, how do we bring that to the self-custodial experience? So all of these are opportunities, and some of them will come with UX challenges, and that's the joy of it, is how can we remove this technology? How can we simplify it so that it keeps, it still feels familiar, but at the same time, it is so powerful behind the scenes. So that's the challenge, and that's the opportunity as well at the same time.
I want to add something to that as well, because there is a complementary aspect of stablecoins that we haven't talked about, which is the programmability of when you grab dollars and you put them on digital rails, the opportunity that enables, and the amount of things that are going to be created that we don't even know yet, as James was saying, because dollars can now be programmed. And what this means is just building in rules into how a dollar is going to move from one hand to the other, how little of a portion of that dollar can move from one place to the other, and how fast it can move, and based on what conditions. And that just opens up a lot of opportunity, and just owning that stack, and owning the exocash, and the stablecoin that is going to be transacting and powering the economy of the future, because we need to think beyond the existing mortgages, lending, all that is going to happen, but way more is going to happen as well.
Yeah, I mean, just really started a thought in my head, just the idea of velocity of money, right? Can you imagine, and Matías too, can you imagine if where we're at now with AI, we had, it happened in 1985, and most people were still writing paper checks, right? Or doing a direct deposit. Now, granted, I'm going to get a little nerdy here because this is kind of my thing, but I love, if most people, you get paid on a Friday in the United States, most people don't know that the money comes out of the company's bank account on Wednesday, because it takes, it's T transaction plus 2 days to clear for ACH. That's the historical way that was done. ACH is automated clearinghouse, right? So
international, right? If you needed to pay international.
Oh yeah, forget it. I mean, we literally had an example of as Michael knows, we were doing a transaction. I wonder what one. And we were sending tens of millions of dollars via ACH, and I won't say the name, but they just built a brand new building in New York City, they flagged our wires for fraud. It was a publicly traded company sending money to a regulated FCA UK EMI corporation, and they just said, oh nope, fraud, and they held it for what, 5 days, 6 days?
5 days.
Yeah, 5 days. So I mean, that you can you imagine an AI? How is the AI? How are you going to have your AI bot do something with uncertainty of 5-day settlement? It's just it just will not be there. But so now what you've got is you've got instant settlement and then instant use of the money, right? So if someone pays you in your Exodus Pay wallet right now, or your Exodus Pay app, you can go and you can swipe that credit card, right? So right now it's instant ability. So if you're a bar owner, I like to say, on a 4-day weekend, say Thanksgiving, everybody comes home from college on Thanksgiving, and Wednesday night you have this amazing night, and you might not get paid, because all the settlement and everything else with credit cards and everything else, heaven forbid somebody writes a check. I mean, you might not actually be able to use your money until Tuesday of the next week, right? When the money comes in. So now with Exodus Pay, you get it instantly, and then you can swipe that card wherever you want, or make payments. Pay someone with ExoCash. So now you've got just pick a random number, $1 billion on a random Friday of payroll. That money is now actually available on Wednesday, and so that money is going to be more money in the financial system, and to just increase, and so there'll be more money available to do more payments that are going to go faster, and then you throw AI on top of it, and it's just going to, the amount of money that's going to flow through the financial system because of stablecoins is going to be exponential. So there's amazing opportunity.
Another small comment to add to that, think about the programmability aspect of, the digital dollars, and think about, these dollars working for you, as you hold them, the yield. And then think about when you make a payment, when you swipe your card, and that money moves from your wallet to the wallet of the merchant, it never stopped working, right? And it's working for the merchant now. So think about that for a second, and you realize how this is a great value unlock.
It's going to be fast, guys. We won't be able to keep up. We have a lot of QR questions then, and thank you so much for submitting them. For Michael, pre-merger, during the time building Monavate, what were some of the biggest hurdles, and how did you overcome them?
How long have we got? So the thing about building a company like Monavate, which throughout the box is regulated from the get-go, the need to structurally build the company in a way that adheres to all the various requirements for your scheme partners, for the regulators, means that you've got, at any points in time, a certain amount of commitment of capital that is actually, to a degree, not too dissimilar to what we were just talking about there, that's tied up, and it means that, your actual ability to invest is also at certain points going to be a little bit tighter. And I think the Monavate story, one of the things that I'm quite proud about is that, when I look at the peer group that you can compare Monavate to in this recent 5 years, and you look at what we built, fundamentally, sort of the return on the dollar that we got in terms of the functionality that we created is pretty extensive. But the hurdle that we had to overcome in order to get that type of efficiency, necessarily the best startup environment when it came to sort of founding investment. It was quite a challenging environment, and so that was in itself, sort of a regular recurring hurdle that we would face. I'd say the other part is that, with Brexit, there's rather than having sort of one European jurisdiction, there is obviously multiple, and running a FCA regulated company in the UK, in theory, is the same as running it in Europe, albeit as time has elapsed from that Brexit scenario, you can start to see that in Europe there is also kind of a moving away from kind of the idea that each country will sort of succeed to another regulator. And so, that challenge of staying ahead of the regulatory challenges is also, again, one of those sort of recurring continuous hurdles. And it's so core to our business that the ability to sort of expand internationally in a way where we are able to own more of the economics in that process, you have to embrace that. And so, as much as we were talking about fintech, I was talking about us being a fintech and Web3 earlier, really at the sort of foundation level, we're a regtech. And that, again, is a constant investment of time that is important. And I think kind of the last one, because otherwise I would be able to take up all the rest of the time, would be really from a team perspective, the size of the opportunity that we have is so great that the hurdle you have is to think, what's the 1, 2, or 3 things that we can do this week that will really move the needle? And you're constantly having to prioritize, when you know that there are probably 25 things at any one point in time you want to really be able to do, because that needle can definitely be moved. And so, one of the things that I think comes out of this transaction and being part of a bigger environment that sees the world the way we see it is we're just going to unlock so much more potential, because there's a meeting of the minds that's happening here with the people that we've got, alongside obviously the ability to now really truly invest in that international expansion in a way that will unlock limitless potential opportunity. So, yeah, tomorrow there'll be a new hurdle. There's always hurdles.
Thank you very much. How are we positioning the Exodus Pay card against other crypto card products like Crypto.com, Coinbase, MetaMask, and others? Specifically, what do we see as our clearest differentiators?
I'll take that one. So anyone can issue a card, right? That works anywhere.
Powered by Monavate.
Yeah. So the challenge here, or what we're competing on, is really where balances live. So the main differentiator for our cards that are self-custodial. So our cards are stable at the moment you spend them, versus with any other custodial, let's say, crypto platform, they would convert it to fiat, and then you can spend it. So that's one differentiator, is that you hold the keys until the moment you spend. So now with the card, we go back to this concept of, again, we're not competing on the stablecoin layer, we're not competing on the card layer, we're competing on the default money account, the default or the primary money account, where your money lives. So if you're holding dollars, Exodus is home. If you're holding Bitcoin, Exodus is home. If you have a combination, some magical combination you like to hold some cash and you are invested in some stock, Exodus can serve you as well. So really, it's about asking, like, how do we give users a great experience? How do we solve their frustration with, again, whether it is money fragmentation, multiple apps, whether it is high fees for sending money. So if we win that primary money account, everything else follows.
Thank you. As you think about the payments opportunity longer term, what does the business look like in a few years for scale, use cases, and revenue contribution? James, probably. Hopefully,
Come on
actually.
in. You want to talk about revenue? No. I'd say that the easiest one is probably the last, because I touched on that earlier. There's a real opportunity to move and diversify. Just because there's a lot. I'm sorry, my mind wanders to move away from that crypto trading revenue. Not that that's a great business. It's obviously a great business. It's literally what is paying for all this right now. But you just look at that opportunity. You look at my family. No one in my family other than me is YOLOing into Melania coin, right? But they are all buying DoorDash, right? So that TAM is just so much different. So the easy thing for me to say, well, especially after doing a large transaction, I know that our revenue is going to diversify and be much more than just trading. And so that's the easy part. Exactly where that's going to be. I think that from the Monavate perspective, there are a lot of different levers, that I mentioned that can be pulled. And the regulation, as Michael was saying, is always changing, right? So, every time there's a regulation, there's going to be, maybe it stifles, one part of the thing of a business, but it inevitably creates other opportunities, right? As the water goes somewhere else, down the plains, since we're in Nebraska.
And I just want to add to on the point of use cases, because we're already, our existing consumer base, they're already showing us what that looks like. Most of our Exodus Pay customers, the right to support, they're already using their pay card as their primary payments card. And as Ain mentioned earlier, 95% of Exodus Pay customers that right to support are not talking about the wallet. They're not asking about the wallet. They're asking about their Amazon purchases, refunds, gas station pre-authorizations. Two real stories that I want to share that give us some ideas of the use cases that we're already seeing. The first is we have a U.S. consumer. He's a crypto native, very crypto savvy, and he's been with Exodus for 6 years now. Looking to spend his stablecoins on real world purchases. On the day that we launched Pay in the US, he funded his pay card to make a purchase for a Subaru. And that transaction went through with stablecoins. So stablecoins on his part, but the merchant received it as fiat, instant settlement, no crypto complexity for the consumer or the merchant. Second example, also a U.S. consumer. She's an international traveler and needed to catch the last flight out of Botswana to South Africa. But all her bank debit cards declined that flight purchase because it was not part of a U.S. airline. What got her that seat on that last flight out of Botswana that day was her Exodus card. When she landed in South Africa, she needed an Uber. Catch an Uber, but again, her bank cards, debit cards, declined that booking, but Exodus got her that Uber car. So these two examples represent different use cases that we're already seeing with our existing consumer base, especially wallet consumers to now converting to card consumers. I think that the takeaway here is that for these consumers, for the global crypto native, we give them a product where they can finally spend their stablecoins and their crypto. And then for the global consumer, you give them a card that actually works when nothing else does, that's where we can see the product that really solves real world problems and gets adoption and conversion at a much larger scale.
One more thing to add here. I think just talking about payments and stable coins, every company will have its ICO moment. Every brand will issue their own money, and they want that control because they will get access to loyalty from their customers. So the natural home is going to be a self-custodial spend card. That's the technology that we have. Today we announced Monavate, we announced a partnership with Visa, and I'm excited to see where that goes with the future of money just moving on-chain and even moving in the direction of settlement on-chain as well. There is a massive opportunity there. So the future is bright. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, huge unlock, and those customer examples are fantastic. What are the economic drivers of Exodus Pay? Does Exodus make money off transaction volume or exocash AUM?
Yeah, I can take this one. So the two main drivers are the stablecoin balance. So because it's backed by dollars, so it generates yield. So that's one. So liquidity is now revenue for Exodus. The second driver is going to be volume and transactions going through Exodus. So that's utility around that balance. So liquidity, and when that liquidity moves from one place to another place, that becomes another driver as well.
Yeah, with the transaction, we've gone from 55 pence and that £100 example to £1.50. I just had to say it again because it's cool. But there's also if you have Bitcoin and you want a stable coin, that's a swap. That's a revenue opportunity. So there's a lot more to it. I mean, just to name a few and to keep going. And
just one more thing because it's important. Also, the card. So we have the interchange, we have FX, we have all the economics around just spending a card and swiping the card. So that's also a major revenue driver and growth driver.
Exodus is launching lots of products in lots of jurisdictions. What combination are you most confident you can capture?
So it all starts, again, I'm going to come back to this, which is a great user experience. So we're starting with the self-custodial cash account and then layering things on top of it. So you can move your cash into your crypto account. You can own Bitcoin, you can own Ethereum and all the other assets. That's our legacy. From there, you can move into tokenized stocks. You can invest in US equities or any asset that is tokenized. You go from there, and now you can start also interacting with any utility that we offer, whether it is with prediction markets, whether it is with future offerings. I mentioned loans, I mentioned lending. Like, these are all problems that we need to solve. And again, it needs to be simple, it needs to be easy to use, it needs to be intuitive. And we cannot just slap a product out there and just expect people to, it needs to feel good. So it's really the system itself is the winning idea. It is, you have the balance and you build things around it, and that's the winning idea that I see. Now, the challenge now is going to be also how do you tell the world about this? And this is where the strategy of going into a country and finding a real pain and trying to solve that pain in a way that just, again, makes you feel good. And makes you want to keep using Exodus and keep interacting with the ecosystem. So that's the strategy when it comes to telling the world about. But it's really the winning idea here is going to be the system itself. One balance, add utility around it.
All right, I'm going to go. Sorry for the stories, guys, but I'm old, and it's my right. Back in the late 1900s, as my children would tell me, I was a foreign exchange student in Germany. And in order to pay the bills, I was given traveler's checks. Does anybody remember traveler's checks? I mean, how does that concept seem nowadays? And so just really to back up what Ian is saying, the system, the technology itself will just powers so many things that were unheard of a long time ago. So if you think about that, and then again, if you go back to Exodus, you go back to this wildly international team that we have with a wildly international user base that provides amazing stories and amazing feedback, consumer feedback. And I mean, we've got people from 50 countries at Exodus. We've got users from hundreds of countries. I don't even know how many countries there are, but pretty much every single one of them, we've got users. How many?
195.
195. And I bet we've got people in probably 190 of them. Wherever the U.S. government allows us to, we've got customers, right? So that's most. So I think that the technology is going to allow things that just were not even dreamt of back in the late 1900s. On one, and then two, if there's a team that's that can really do this, it's going to be this team. So I think that's what I'd say there.
Thank you. Question for Michael. With Monavate now involved in Exodus Pay starting, does Exodus have any new competitors? And if so, who are they?
So Exodus obviously has its traditional competitors on the B2C side of the fence. On the B2B side, under Monavate, we have in Europe fractional competitors, but very few full stack competitors. I can think of a company like Paynetics in Central Eastern Europe that has a stack that is closely more comparable to Monavate's, but not quite going in the way that we do on the issuing side with stablecoins and things like that. So there's a lot of differentiation we have in our product stack. You can look at the components and you can say that a Marketer has processing, and they also now have TPL, which is a bin sponsor. Again, there's a huge amount of differentiation in the actual wholesome nature of our product stack that gives us a lot of differentiation there. So if you look at Marketer as a processor, you can say, well, there are other processors too. And the beauty about that is that most of them don't have the ability to do bin sponsorship, so they don't have their own regulated entity, which means they're actually partners of Monavate. So sort of the picture I'm building here is that, really and truly the biggest competitor that would come to the table actually ironically would be a scheme, because, when we have a customer that gets to maybe a certain size, at a point in the future, they may decide to become a principal member themselves, and they may then, self-issue effectively. And that's the sign that we've done a great job, by the way. Like, we shouldn't be worrying about that. We should be celebrating that, because if you can get a program that goes from 0 to, 5 million cards, and the economics start to make sense, that there's a real benefit to them to be their own principal member and invest in that structure themselves, then, that's testament to the work that we did in helping them get there. More broadly speaking, as I think about the end-to-end capacity now of what Monavate has with what Exodus Pay has, and you kind of flip back to that, James, I think, nails it perfectly well, from 50 pence to £1.30, £1.40, £1.50, whatever it ends up being, depending on the mix of international spend, because from a Monavate perspective, we obviously have predominantly been UK, Europe to date, and that is in a capped interchange environment. And so the more issuing we do on the international basis, the higher the opportunity in terms of the share of interchange we're going to get, because the interchange rates are higher. So, very, very interesting market opportunity for us.
Thank you. And a big topic of conversation is about quantum computing and the threat of quantum computing. Do you personally have any opinions of the threat of quantum?
I'll let you take this one, Gerardo.
Yeah, I guess I can take this one. So definitely, I think it's like AI. It's not if, it's a when. So I think that there is definitely we're looking at the problem where it doesn't affect us immediately, but we're definitely looking at the problem. I think that the advantage that we have with Exodus is that we are technology agnostic, so we can choose the best solution to unlock the experiences that our users we want to give to our users. And so when the time of quantum computing comes, we will definitely look at the options available out there, and we're going to make the best choice that not only protect our users' funds, but also provides the experience while always maintaining, as Matías said, the DNA of self-custody. And again, our goal is providing utility. All technical challenges are what we enjoy solving. And so I guess that it's like any other problem we're going to face with the, it would be quantum, would be AI, would be any other issues that the future is going to come. I think that we're going to always focus on what's best for our users.
I also think, it's important to say that, quantum computer is not only our problem to solve, right? It's like not only the whole industry of crypto is built on, cryptography. It's like everything that you do on the internet, pretty much, that requires protecting you, your credit card numbers, your passwords. Everything can be affected by this. And what that means is this is a breath of fresh air for everyone, because it's not us having to just kind of go fix these issues or think about how we're going to solve quantum computer. It's like the whole world thinking about how this technology, and also from someone said about I think it was Keith, the optimism. We need to approach these technologies from a perspective of what they are going to unlock for us, and what goods are gonna are they gonna bring to the world.
Thank you. Yeah, quantum's a huge opportunity. We only have less than 5 minutes left, and I want to give you guys the opportunity, because you've been such a lovely bunch, to say if there's anything you're just really excited about, anything you didn't get to say, anything you want to include. Yeah. Anything you're proud of?
Just great being with you here and actually just talking to real customers. And like, we've been working on this. Like, I've been with Exodus now for 8 years. Like, that's 8 years of my life, and just showing up every day, solving problems, and trying to really put the customer first. So to actually meet some of the people that I've worked with, even for the first time today, it is just, it's an honor, and I'm excited that we have the chance now to share some of the things that we are working on. And to me, this is really the beginning of something special, the beginning of what I like to call the age of Exodus. So exciting stuff coming, yeah.
I think I'll bookend that a little bit, being the new boy, so to speak. So what's really excited me about combining Monavate, Exodus together is really the journey that I know that we've got ahead of us. I think we can sort of map out the next 20 years and know that we're about to see more change in the next 20 years than the entirety of financial services history. And, to be part of a company that has the foundational tools required to play a significant role in essentially dramatically changing how all of us, around the world interact with our financial lives is truly, one, a great honor, but two, it's, I can't think of another industry that has this much dramatic change ahead of itself in a way that's touching so many people. And so it's a great responsibility, and to sort of be able to look back in, years to come when I'm rocking on a chair on a porch rather than, on a chair on a stage, to think that in some small way that you've been part of a team of people that all saw that, the vision of what the world is going to be, not necessarily, from the same start point, but, that point in the horizon we're all looking at. I think it's, truly, as I say, it's an honor. So.
Warm round of applause for the panelists. Thank you guys so much. These guys are working so hard for you, so really appreciate it.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much to the Exodus leadership team. Now we're almost at the end of the day. I want to really take a moment, though, to thank everyone who came to the stage throughout the day and just now answered every question in the queue. And this is really just, I hope you can feel the energy in this room, an incredible team, an incredible group. Now, a little bit of housekeeping. If you are posting, make sure that you tag Exodus on Twitter or wherever you are. The team will be around all afternoon, and there's more time for questions at happy hour, which is coming soon. So bring any of the ones that we didn't get to there. But we're not done yet. JP is going to be coming back to the stage with one more announcement to close the day. This is maybe the one that you flew here for. So, eyes up, phones down. Please welcome JP back to the stage.
Yes, yes, yes. Gosh. Again, thank you for all being here today. Before we get a drink, I want to take a few moments to talk to you about the future of Exodus. But first, let's look at the announcements from today. Visa, UFC, the Moon Agents card, Monavate and Banks UK close, and we're not finished. As we've been talking on stage today, our team has been working around the clock to complete the last piece of the puzzle. Banks US, this deal, we just literally signed this moments ago. The company expects to receive the assets of the acquired entities promptly, and once received, we can implement the vision we had when we decided to acquire these companies. Yes. And like I said, literally, this is no joke. When I wasn't out on the panel, right? And when everybody was out on the panel, that's when I got the news. So it feels amazing. So in the last 24 hours, the pieces of Banks and Monavate acquisition has clicked into place. And you're seeing me announce this. What you're not seeing is the thousands of hours our team has taken, putting in all-nighters to make this moment a reality. This is the perfect announcement to end the day as we enter the next chapter of Exodus, transitioning from speculation to payments. In fact, there's been so much winning today. As one famous person would say, we're almost tired of winning. I was going to reveal another announcement, but I want to save it for next week. We can end on this note. Thank you to our panelists and guests, and a heartfelt thank you to our shareholders. To everyone in this room who flew in and rode the waves with us, and those waves have been choppy. This has been a hard year. But I have to tell you, the past 10 days have actually been the most intense of my career. Might be vulnerable here. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep right now. I don't know if you can tell. I've heard people say to me yesterday, JP, you look tired. I'm like, what are you telling me when you say I look tired? But I want you to know, half the team here is running on way less. Blake, James, Kevin, several others you've seen and haven't seen, they've been pushing and fighting day and night. I'm truly humbled and grateful for them. This team has been fighting for each other, fighting for our customers, fighting for you. And now we are winning. Exodus Pay, the Moon Agents card, Visa, UFC, Monavate, Banks UK, and Banks US. These moves transition Exodus, the self-custodial wallet, to Exodus, the full payments platform. Exodus is fighting for this vision, and we're winning. Guys, thank you for being here with us today.